Seems so.
Right, welcome to the month of December. All right, so kicking off the class while the others join as we progress. All right, a minute please as I share my screen. All right, so welcome to everybody. Like we've always said, or we've always reminded everyone, admission is still ongoing at Transformation College of Business and Technology, and it's still until registration is still ongoing till December 23rd. Okay, as a matter of fact, the first batch of entrance exam is going on as we speak. So we have some who are taking the exam virtually as we speak, and we have those who are present at the school here with us taking the exam. So if you have your words, your siblings, your children, love them to study at Transformation College, let them visit our website and click on the registration link, and then register with us, and we'll take it out from there. Right. So please spread the good news. The good part of it is that we are offering 100% free tuition to all our students. Right? So please spread the news. We want to reach as many as possible, people whose parents cannot afford tuition for their children to go to school. Please extend this news to them and let them sign up or register to study with us and give them very quality education. All right, so for today, we'll be looking at today's 2nd December. We're looking at the first session, communication skill under student excellence program. So we take communication skills. And then second session, we'll be looking at customer service management system. And then third session, after a 30-minute break, we're looking at under business analysis, we'll be looking at documenting and managing requirements. Okay, so without waste of time, I would like to introduce the first trainer we have this morning. And guess what? She is joining us all the way from Ghana. All right, Ms. Malin Date. Ms. Malin is a John Maxwell certified leadership and personal development coach, speaker, and trainer, a German African startup consultant, an HR practitioner, an event engineer, and a youth mentor. She is the founder of ICS Africa Limited, a pan-African company providing business and event solutions. Additionally, she is a member of the Association of Coaching Practitioners Ghana and the Association of Certified HR in Ghana. She has 12 years of corporate HR experience, 10 years of SME consulting, and over 15 years of public speaking experience in both physical and virtual events combined. Emalin has been honored as one of Ghana's 100 most influential women in 2017, one of the top 100 speakers in Ghana in 2018, and one of the 2020 50 most influential young Ghanaians, and received a Ghana 525 Mentor Awards in HR and Business Consulting in 2022. And also a 2023 Visionary African Women Award honor. Wow, ladies and gentlemen, it is a pleasure to introduce to you our first trainer this morning, Miss Emmeline Dante. Let's put together in the chat a round of applause as we welcome our first honored trainer for today. Thank you very much, Ms. Emmeline, for joining us. I will stop sharing my screen so you can pick it up here. Thank you for joining us in class today.
Thank you very much for having me. Good morning, everyone. I'm so proud of all of you for giving yourself the opportunity to develop yourself and your career. When you develop your soft skills, you set yourself apart in your career and your personal life. Congratulations on making the effort. This is evidence that you're on your pathway to succeeding. Success is not for a selected few. Success is for people who are intentional about changing their habits that will suit their personal goals and growth. So if you are here and you want to dream big, I want to tell you that you have the permission to dream big. I want to tell you have the permission to be great. Thank you, Joyce. You have the permission to make an impact in your generation. Africa is tired, and we are looking up to all of you here to position yourself for Africa's transformation. I am a Pan-Africanist, and one of the things I also do is to develop the youth and position them to transform Africa. So congratulations to Transformation College. I believe that your goals and my goals are aligned. That is why I accepted the call when I was called. Today, we're going to be discussing the art of communication. Now, as simple as it sounds, it is one of the most complicated issues around the world. A huge percentage of marital failure is as a result of poor communication. Many people are unable to land their dream jobs because they don't know the art of communication. Bearing in mind that communication is not just speaking. Communication is how you look, your body movements, how you write, what you say and how you say it, who you are saying it to. When you are able to identify your audience, you will know the right medium to use for communication for success. Many people are also working, but they've not been promoted for a very long time. They've positioned themselves in one place for so long because they don't know that their challenge is not the witches in their village. Nana, is it because they didn't go to the best schools, but because they do not understand the art of communication? Do you know that at your level, you should be able to be representing your boss in management meetings? You don't need to be a manager for you to be representing your boss. What will make your boss call you and say, Adeshuko or Elvis Okechukwu, represent me at the meeting, management meeting, I have another meeting to attend? What do you think will make you stand out? That your boss will have the guts and the bravery to say, Ashika Adetola, Zainab, represent me in the meeting. How does he know you not embarrass him? Because he knows you are very skilled in communication. So I want you to listen without assuming you understand communication. Remove all the ideas you've had from your head about communication and let us start afresh. Let us learn again. And I love my class to be interactive. So once I'm done with my session, I want to hear what you understood by what you have learned, even if you don't have a question. Because feedback is the final evidence that I have communicated. All right? No feedback, I don't believe I've communicated. That is me, Emmeline Dante. So let's take a quick run. I will put up my video so that I can share my screen. or possibly if the data is favoring me, I would just leave the screen on. So this is a presentation prepared by the Transformation College of Business and Technology. I have been handed over to do justice for today. And then there's some video links in it that our administrator will take you through once the session is over, okay? So the communication skills we're going to be dealing specifically today is to enhance your presentation and writing skills. If you're not a reader, first of all, please start reading. If you are not a reader, I implore you to be a reader. Books, newspapers, magazines, ebooks, okay? YouTube content, please read. If you don't read, forget about it. There is nothing you will say that people want to listen to you. Reading expands your mind, it expands your thought processes, your mental faculty. It makes you stand out. It puts you in demand. When you are well versed, you can say anything that is interesting. You understand the trends, the times. It puts you out there. Remember, smiling is communication. If you're always frowning, I deliver you from frowning today in Jesus' name. Smile. Especially when you don't know the answer to a question. It's powerful. Smile when you are shy. Smile when you're not confident. It gives people the impression that you are actually confident. Confidence is communication. But today I'm not talking about confidence. Now, what is communication? It is the act of conveying intended meanings from one entity or group to another through the use of mutually understood signs and semiotic rules. These days, content creators are trending on social media. So a lot of us follow TikTok, YouTube, Facebook content. And you notice that we all have WhatsApp as well, sharing videos. Why do we download and share videos? It is because we understand, we have understood the meaning of the communicator to us, and it has made sense to us. And we would therefore want to share for other people to enjoy. It means that communication it should make you enjoy. I would say communication is entertainment. Because if what you are telling me does not excite me, I'm not going to listen to you. Hearing and listening are not the same. Hence, communicating is an art. We watch a lot of dance groups now. I am an added fan of TikTok. I follow a lot of dance groups. Okay? Please hold on. My little girl is asking, please hold on for me. Right. Communication should be exciting. It should be fun. You should enjoy communicating with whoever it is you're communicating with. So we said communicating is an art. What is an art? A diverse range of human activities in creating visual, auditory, or performing artifacts or artworks, expressing the author's imaginative or technical skill intended to be appreciated for their beauty or emotional power. Imagine, if your communication is not performing in any of these definitions of art, you are not communicating. If I am here communicating with you, teaching you about communication, and you are wandering far away, you're not interested, two things: either I'm boring or your mind is preoccupied. So communication is the process of, first of all, exchanging. What are we exchanging? Information, ideas, thoughts, feelings, and emotions. That is the goal. How? Either through speech, signals, writing, or behavior. Okay? So communication skill is the ability to convey information to another effectively and efficiently. So imagine if I start speaking in French language. All right? And you don't understand French. Your lack of understanding of French is going to inhibit my goal of transforming or exchanging information to you. So, communication, there must be a similarity of the mode of transformation, the ideas, the thought, the feelings, the emotions must be the same. So when you're dealing with your friends, let's assume you are a very confident and bubbly person like I am, and you're speaking to people who are very laid back. There'll be no blend in the beginning. The laid back ones, they feel like, who is this talkative, this person who feels he or she's so confident and whatever. And then the very bubbly person is like, why this guy so dull now? What's up? So those in communication, call it noise, right? Because of your differences, you've not understood that you need to find a way to balance, come to the level of the communication style of each other, and then communicate. Okay? So when you don't give yourselves a chance to understand the other person, communication will fail. Right? If you are following, please, on the chat section, I want to see you say I'm following. I want to be sure I'm not speaking to myself. Just put in the chat box and say I'm following. Communication process. So this is a typical diagram of how communication moves from one end to the other. So the messenger, what does the messenger mean? Then while the person is using the means of sending a message, there's coding and word decoding through the channel. Speaking, writing, graphics, video, whatever. So so for me, I like to be practical here. Let's use, like I said, I love to watch TikTok dance videos a lot. Okay. So I'm watching TikTok dancers and I'm seeing they're using dance. And then most TikTok dancers, their body movement is in line with either the words of the song or the beat of the song, right? And so if I don't know the song, I'll have to listen to the song. The song has to be interesting to me. Then I can connect it with the beautiful dancing that they're doing, right? So normally what the TikTok dancers do is that they use their dancing movements, their entertainment, in an entertainment form to get you to listen to the song as well, and they're able to connect the dance to the song, and that's what makes it beautiful. So the dancers send the song to you coding, and you, the recipient, decodes it. And your behavior will tell whether you understand it or not. And so your behavior is either you are laughing and you keep watching and watching again, or flip through. It's boring. Okay? So like we said earlier, means of communication, how you're speaking, writing, eye contact, or facial expression, and body language. So I'm excited to teach you this morning. So my tone is loud, my face is excited, even though I am very tired, right? But because I have a passion for training, that changes my mood. So I love what I'm doing. Secondly, I am naturally a very fast speaker. So I now have to calm down when I'm speaking because I don't know the kind of if everyone else can listen to fast speakers. So I need to be at least moderate. I need to be moderate. Okay, good. Writing. Now, writing is quite tricky. And I'll say this because when I speak to you, you can see my tonation, but when I'm writing, you cannot see my tonation. You cannot, you cannot see my emotion. With speaking, you can see my emotions. When you can hear my voice and understand my tone, but with writing is very different. So in writing, you cannot write the mode of writing or what you write cannot be always the same as you speak. For example, if I say, Richard, how are you? He goes like, I'm fine. Or I'm fine. So the first one actually is true. I mean, per what we see. The second one obviously is not true. So when I see you, I can tell, then I can ask you what is wrong. But if I wrote you on a WhatsApp message, Richard, how are you? I am fine. Personally, when you give me a monotonous answer, I would think that I would think I still need to pry. I need to understand. Are you sure? Okay, so what do you do today? What are you up to? then I'll continue the conversation. But if I say, oh, I'm fine, thanks for asking, how are you doing too? Then I can assume that, hey, you're okay. If I say, Raphael, are you coming for dinner? No. Or no. Can see the difference. But if he writes no, it sounds very loud, bam, like he's just dropped it on you, bam, like that. Says either it says, no, thank you, I'm not coming for dinner, or no, I've already had dinner. Okay? So that's why when you're writing, there's certain things you don't write, to me especially, I will not take it lightly. For example, noted. No. Well noted or well noted with thanks, Emma. Okay? Are you coming for dinner? No. Don't use one words to answer. No, thank you. Oh, no, I can't. No, I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry, no. So eye contact, facial expression also is a way of communicating. Body language too. The strongest form of communication among these four is body language. Now, usually even eye contact and facial expression are also under body language. They are the truest form of communication. Your body cannot lie. Hey, your body, write that down anyway. Your body cannot lie. Your mouth, the lie comes from here, the mouth. But the body, brain is wired to express its emotion. You can try to pretend, but they are physical, philosophical, no, not philosophical, physical, let me stay safe here. Physical means where your body can communicate. For example, somebody who is afraid, you can't stop sweating. Have you seen people sweating under air condition before? Can't control it. Or when you are so nervous and then your digestive system, or sorry, your excretory system is now triggered. You can't stop yourself from using a private room. So you can say, oh, I'm fine. But you're sweating and you're shaking. Oh, I'm fine. But you're running to use the washroom or the toilet. Or you are shivering. The body can't lie. The mouth can't lie, but the body can't lie. Okay? So with verbal communication, we use writing or speaking. How you write. Some of you have not been able to land good jobs. Your CV, your application letters are just awful. How you speak. You pick up the call. Hello. Sounds so boring. Sounds so rude. Even though that is not your intention. Hello, good morning. Hello, good afternoon. You don't have to be working in customer care before you pick up a call and you sound very professional, very warm on the phone. You never can tell who is calling. You never can tell when the opportunity you're looking for is knocking at your door. Non-verbal, eye contact, facial expression, gestures, non-verbal communication. Whenever you're communicating, especially when it comes to people that you want favor from, let me bring a bottle. Sorry about that. Make sure that your body language is aligned with what comes out from your mouth, because people see that before they hear what you say. Now, these are examples of nonverbal communication. When you're irritated or angry or moody, you have a frown. When you're loved, pleased, or glad, you have a smile. When you're in doubt, hesitation, or suspicion, you have a weird looking, expression. So pay attention to body language. It will help you a lot. When you're speaking to your boss or somebody of influence, you should know when is the right time to communicate. Communication is not just what you say, but the time, when, and the how. So when you're sending some communication that are not pleasant, know who you are dealing with before you send the communication. It's not everything you tell everyone at the same time. Some people cannot handle certain information, so you need wisdom to be able to pass on that information. If you do not know what to say or how to say it, find an experienced person to assist. So you do not what? destroy your opportunity or chances, or even destroy somebody's life unintentionally. Okay? It's very important. Now, these are different kinds of verbal communication facial expressions. So the first one, who can tell me what this one means? Drop it in the chat box. The first. So just write number 1, dash, then the expression, okay? Then the second one, number 2, dash. You see the sweat? Oh no, this is not me. So I think these are tears. I think it's cry. This okay. I've given it up. So number 2, these are tears. So I've given you a clue. Number 2, number 3. Number 3, what is happening here? Number 3, what is happening? Number 3, number 4. Number 4, number 1 are quite confusing. Haha. Number 4, I'm sure some people will change their numbers, the answers to number 1 after seeing number 4. Number 5. Number 5. What is going on with number 5? Number 6. What is happening with number 6? Number 6 is the expression of Africans today. We are angry with our political leaders. Yeah. Somebody else can, apart from anger, we can use another word, right? And number 7, the state of economy too can make us look like this too. Oh my goodness. And then obviously number 8. Hmm. Hmm. Now all of this facial, let me tell you something. All of these facial expressions will mean different things to different people. Funny enough. I remember somebody told me that when you smile, it means you're not serious. Can you believe that? It's that people will not take you seriously. So you should always look stern. And I was very surprised. I said, I never heard that before. I'm a smiler, I laugh a lot, and I'm taken very seriously. So I really didn't understand what he was saying. So when people meet you for the first time, like you have met me for the first time, what impression do I give you? What impression do you give people the first time they meet you? You have about less than 5 minutes to make an impression on the first day. Less than 5 minutes. And if you give a bad impression, you have more than a day to get rid of it. So be very careful. If you are looking for a job opportunity or you are an entrepreneur, you want to learn a business, you must have a body language of confidence, of trust, and positivity. What are the skills you need for you to be an excellent communicator? Skill is the learned power of doing something competently. It is a developed aptitude or ability. So practice makes what? Improvement. You cannot be perfect because we keep learning all the time. So practice what leads to improvement. You improve daily, you learn every day. So your key communication skills must be listening skills, the ability to give feedback or give answer to people asking questions, and obviously your presentation skills. This will be shown to you after the section is over. Effective listening requires concentration and energy. It involves psychological connection with the speaker. It includes a desire and willingness to try and see things from another person's perspective. That is why I said, don't come here with your understanding of communication. Come and understand other ways of communicating. Then when you go, you add it to what you know and make something great with it. You have 2 ears and 1 mouth. Use it accordingly. So look more, talk less. Hearing is only physical. Hearing is physical, but listening is very intellectual, meaning use a lot of your mental faculty to listen. Do not listen to speak, listen to understand. Some of us are in a hurry. We hear one word, we think it's going to lead to another word we know. No. Let people finish. It's something I'm also learning to do. Let people finish their comments before you land in. It's difficult for some of us, but we need to try, okay? It's rude to interrupt when people are speaking, very rude. Now, I said it earlier about sending messages. People taking positive messages better than negative for obvious reasons. So the way you give, but see how, for example, I'll go back to social media again because that is what is more relatable for me and you, obviously. The videos of women now, the trend of announcing pregnancies is to get the pregnancy kits and then packaging it as a gift for their husbands or whatever, and then surprise, I'm pregnant. Yeah. So when feedback is positive, you're able to do creative things around it. Even with now, they say what baby gender reveal. Now these days, if the box is you open the package, whatever, if it's pink, it's a girl, if it's blue, it's a boy. You know, so I mean, those are exciting ways of communicating. Obviously, the dances I've said singing and all that, but negative feedback, you cannot be excited to give negative feedback. You have to be what we call what empathetic. When you are giving negative feedback, you need to display a lot of what empathy. Put yourself in the person's shoes. That is what empathy does. And when you're empathetic, you would have the common sense to know how to give negative feedback. Because negative feedback, it hurts. It's painful. People who break up with people over the phone, very, very inhuman. If you want to pass on a negative information, you don't pass it on through the phone or a text message or WhatsApp message. You meet the person in a well-chosen environment and you give your information. I can't give you the job. I can't work with you anymore. Now, with a job, for example, it's a more corporate, issue. So the kind of email you send, please, emails, the way you send emails are very important. Some people write emails like they're writing an encyclopedia. Keep it short and simple. Emails and letters are all supposed to lead to you having a meeting to fully discuss the intention of the message you want to give. So don't write everything because people don't even have time to read a lot. Okay? So positive feedback is more readily and accurately perceived better than negative feedback. Now, look at how people give feedback. You're going to be learning about customer service after this. And some people, the feedback your customers can give you could either be aggressive, zero compromise, mostly attacking the man. They don't want to listen to anything. They're not happy. They don't want to know your alternative to make them pleased. And we have the submissive customers, pleasing other people. They want to avoid conflict. They give importance to other people's emotions. And then assertive, which is the healthiest and most effective style of communication, the sweet spot between being too aggressive and passive, win-win situation. So feedback to whatever you say. For example, what I'm saying, some of you will say, Emily is saying crap, so you're aggressive. Some of you, you don't want to worry anybody. You don't even agree with me, but you don't want to worry. You don't want to look like a bad person. You are submissive. But those of you who agree or disagree, you express yourself in a very mature manner. So how do you develop feedback skills? When people talk to you, how do you give feedback? Focus on their behaviors, like I said. Body language is power. Keep feedback impersonal. Don't give feedback out of prejudice or bias. Keep your feedback goal-oriented. What is the goal of the communication? Let that be your focus. And obviously, timely. Your feedback should be timely. Please, if you give feedback late, it might not solve the problem. And ensure you understand before you give feedback. Sometimes you've said what you want to say and you notice that was not what the person tried to say. And that can cause a lot of problems, okay? Then direct feedback toward behavior that is controllable by the recipient. Your feedback must be something that the person receiving can handle, okay? Can handle. So we talk about presentation skills, ideas, concepts, or issues spoken about to a group or audience, like what I'm doing exactly. Now, as a presenter, you must have your own unique style of presenting and training and all. You can't be like everybody. You have to carve your own niche for yourself, all right? So in developing a good presentation, we have the self-centered, the audience-centered, and the subject-centered material. So with self-centered, I'm talking about, I'm giving my story. Using my story to share ideas with you. And I normally love to use my story. I always tell people my story is the only truth I know. Okay? Audience-centered, I know my audience. So from self-centered, I can even also be audience-centered as well. Because the goal is to make sure that my audience change from whatever I am saying. Presentations are done to get either buy-in or to impact the lives of the people you are speaking with. And obviously, you have subject-centered material where people are talking about a content or a concept or an idea or something tangible. So knowing the aspects of your presentation is very key. Skills required to give good presentation can be developed by preparation. Preparation and planning is always the first step on the ladder to succeeding. Okay? You cannot go into the unknown without the weapon of knowledge. All right? That is really, really going to frustrate you. So in making your presentation, whether it's self-centered, audience-centered, or subject-centered, make sure you understand the goal of your presentation. Prepare before you present. What are the 5 things you must know in presentation? Who do you want to present? The content. Oh, sorry. What do you want to present? The content. Why do you want to present? The purpose. Where will you be presenting? The place. How do you want to present? Words or slides? Who are your audience? If I was speaking to a more older, should I say, audience, much older audience, I would have a different way of doing a presentation. When I'm speaking to the youth, like I'm doing right now, a different way of presenting. Okay. And obviously, if my people are not English speaking people, I won't even be doing a presentation in the first place. Or there'll be a translator beside me if it is permitted. So what makes a good communicator? Integrity, clarity, timing, and adequacy. I want to speak about integrity here. And I will give a very relatable example. So African politics is very annoying. That's my opinion. And because of the situation we are in, right? So when a corrupt leader is speaking, the information he is giving, good or bad, have you noticed that everything he or she will say, you've assumed it is bad? That is because the person's behavior impacts the communication. Behavior is a very big deal. So if you have integrity that is very poor, whatever you say, that lack of integrity is noise. It's an inhibitor to the communication or the message you are trying to relay. It's a big inhibitor. So for you to be effective in communication, please check your lifestyle. What are you known for? What behavior do people know you for? People know you to be honest, intent, people-centered. They will listen in a heartbeat. Then you can be clear, speak within time, and make sure what you say is correct. 7 C's of effective communication. You must be complete, concise, considerate, clear, concrete, courteous, and correct. Your communication must be complete. Don't start a story and you don't end it. People get upset. Concise, brief, don't talk too much. Considerate, be empathetic. Know who you are sending your message to. Clear, people must hear and understand. Concrete, correct, no falsity, no what's it called, falseness in it. Courtesy, of course, you must use respect. You must be respectful when sending your message. And then correctness, okay? Correctness, using the right words, right grammar, right sentence, and everything. It must be correct. It matters not so much what you say, but how you say it. Look at this man. Does this man look excited to say what he has said? I don't think so. as we conclude, communication is effective when it is two ways, or it is not just talking to yourself. It involves active listening. It reflects accountability of the speaker and the listener. Excuse me, this is blocking. It utilizes feedback. It is free of stress and it is clear. Okay. When you are done communicating with people, they must feel relieved or entertained or excited. Even if it is a bad message, they must feel hope. When relaying a bad message, I'm sorry we can't date, but we can be friends if possible. Okay, or if you need anything ever, call me. I'll be there for you if you need. I'm sorry we can't give you the job, but when there are other vacancies, we'll give you an opportunity to apply again. Things like that. Okay, very important. What is the difference between the way we chop onions and the way chefs chop onions? Can anybody put it in the chat box? So how do you chop onions and how do chefs chop onions? Chefs are trained and well practiced. A chef will chop onions fine in the least possible time because of practice. But we will take our time, cut it in, because we're afraid to chop our fingers. But chefs, they go like that, very fast. So it means that the more we practice, the more we improve in our skills. So this is to re-emphasize the reason why communication requires what? Preparation. Okay, so we've moved from verbal. We are now coming to the skill of writing. Writing, like I said, is as complex as it's a complex skill, and there's a difference between written and oral. Writing is one of the most common ways of communicating with others. As complex as it is, it involves sub-skills like writing legibly, spelling correctly, using good expressions, constructive grammatical sentences, and putting them together, developing ideas into paragraphs, arranging the arguments logically, and using different formats. So you can either write through letters, reports, essays, and so on. Writing skill is developed when you write the more and you read more. All these things I've stated here: writing legibly, spelling correctly, using good expressions, constructive grammatical sentences, putting them together into paragraphs, and arranging arguments logically and using different formats. It can only be developed through reading and writing. The more you read, you will write. So please, don't imagine it in your head that you'll be a good writer. Start reading and writing. Read different books. Trust me, it will help you a lot. A good writer has the mastery of all these skills. Please, very, very important. A good writing should involve a high degree of organization. Don't write and it's all over the place. It has to be logically presented. The introduction, the body, and the conclusion, they must all be connected. Use accurate words and meanings. Please avoid using big words. It's not impressive. It is very annoying. Okay? Avoid ambiguity. Ambiguities are words that mean different things. So be very clear when you say something. Say it in another way to be sure your people understand the meaning you are trying to convey. Okay? Choose relevant and necessary details. If everything is not needed in the writing, don't put everything in there. Okay? Very important. When you communicate with people, make sure before you part ways, ask them to reiterate what you have said, especially in the way it means to them. Okay? Choose appropriate grammatical structures and ensure they follow the rule of mechanics. You can only know this when you read. Google is there, my friends. Google is there. If you have challenges with English writing and grammatical structuring, kindly visit Google. There's over 1 million resources for you. Okay, let's be intentional about learning. Use variety in sentences and paragraphs to make the reading interesting and more communication oriented. Writing style, write creatively. There are certain books you and I read because it's what interesting. That is the logic. Use simple language and follow a format wherever conventions dictate. In Africa, West Africa, we use the British way of what writing. So instead of saying organization, we say organization. All right. We don't use S, we use word Z. Written symbols or signs are used to communicate. Even the deaf and dumb communicate. So you notice that a lot of sign language or symbols are being used for them. The same with all of those who have the ability to what read and to see and to hear. Written communication is the most common form of communication being used in business. So take it seriously. It is influenced a lot by vocabulary and grammar that is used, and also the writing style, the precision and clarity of the language used. Please. Very, very important. We use writing for memos, reports, bulletins, job descriptions, employee manuals, and electronic mail. I earlier spoke about emails. Do not joke with it when writing. Proofreading is very important when you do anything in writing. You have to proofread to ensure that what you send is correct, and do not send the right information to the wrong person. You need to pay attention to detail. If you don't, you will give information of Jack to Jill, and that can cause a lot of problems, especially in the area of what confidentiality, where information is not supposed to go around to everyone, but to a selected few. You have to be very careful about that. So external purposes, emails, websites, letters, proposals, faxes, postcards, contracts, and advertisements. So writing is also, found in these or for these purposes, which you also need to pay serious attention to detail. So we spoke about oral and written communication as a form of presentation. So what makes it different? It is more effective while explaining something to the audience for oral. I said it earlier. Because written communication is less effective. That is because it has a weaker impact as compared to spoken words. You cannot really know the impact of written, unlike oral. Oral gives you the whole idea. Written confuses us. Body language complements the oral. Body language doesn't get reflected when writing. Oral messages can't be stored unless recorded deliberately, but written messages can be easily recorded. Personal touch can be added by effective use of body language. So you can use personal touch and effective body language to highlight oral, but though words can be used to add a personal touch, yet they're not as effective as spoken words. So when somebody says, I love you with the mouth, it is stronger than when a person writes it. Okay? That's an example we can both relate to. With oral communication, it's easy to judge underlying emotions and motives. I said that earlier. Very difficult to do that when it is written. Now, since oral communication is instant and spontaneous, the speaker has little time to organize thoughts. So if you call me for a presentation I haven't planned for, it doesn't give me time to organize my thoughts. But if I have to write it down, I can take my time to write what I want to write. Instant feedback is available with oral messages, but with written, the sender has to wait for the person to write back. Okay, so oral is obviously extremely fast. Written is comparatively slow. Oral communication, the responsibility can be fixed. Once you've said it, you've said it. Take your words back. Yeah, as easier said than done. The impact has already been made. With writing, since the origin of the written communication is known, you can easily know who said what. But with oral, when it's gossip, a lot of people have said it, you cannot tell who said it. You cannot tell who said it. But with written, you can trace. People's handwritings can be traced. But when somebody has said something, who said it? Can't trace it. We more often than not cannot trace the person back until we have what? A thorn of witnesses, right? And we have landed safely. at whatever countries, international airports you are in. Thank you for being a wonderful audience. Your question, your feedback is appreciated. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you very much, Ms. Marlene. Before we take the questions, I would like us to watch 2 video clips, and this is to buttress the different listening skills and also different approach to communication. So let's take a look at different listening skills. Okay, Mr. Marlene, you can stop sharing your screen for now. Okay, thank you. So I'm going to share my screen now. All right, so first, let us listen to this. These are different listening skills, and let's
Edit. So YouTube will not allow you to transmit video for you to hear. That is so.
Sorry?
Either you down. I said YouTube will not allow you to broadcast their content
Oh, I
via
see.
Zoom. Yeah, they won't. So it's
Okay.
either you download it. I thought you had. That's why I was asking how it was going
Okay.
to transmit, because they won't. You won't hear anything. We can see,
Oh,
but you will not
okay.
hear. So
Oh,
usually
I
for
see. I
my
see.
videos, I normally would download it and then stream via. If not, it will be difficult. So
Okay.
either you give it to them to listen to it on their own.
All right.
Hmm.
Thank you very much for that. Okay, so what we are trying to get from this video is, the first video, the lady was talking, the man was not paying attention. He was just interrupting and interrupting without listening, and there was no proper eye contact, right? So the lady was just talking. At the end of the day, the man did not really get the message. And there was a miscommunication because he wasn't really paying attention, right? Then the second video was he was quiet, he was listening, there was eye contact, and he got the message, right? So this is share the link to everybody, and you can watch at your own time. It is just to portray the different listening skills and to really let us understand that it's important to pay attention to easily understand what the information being passed is all about. Okay, and the second video would also share the link so you see the different approaches to communication. Okay, so now I would like to take your questions from what we've learned so far, right? So if you have questions, please feel free to ask. Mr. Marlene is still here to take our questions. If you have questions, okay, so let's look at the chat. Okay, any questions before we say a very big thank you to Ms. Marlene? Any questions from anybody? Okay, so I want to believe we all had a very wonderful time with her from all she has taught us this morning as far as effective communication skill is concerned, or skills are concerned. All right, so thank you very much, Mr. Marlene. Thank you for being with us today and sharing your time with us and sharing your thoughts with us on this subject matter. We appreciate you being here with us. So let's appreciate her with a round of applause in the chat room to say a big thank you to her.
My pleasure, my pleasure. Thank you so much for.
Okay, so sorry, before you go, okay, there's a question.
Sorry,
It says,
if somebody says you can actually share sound when sharing screen. Okay, I don't know how the share sound works. But
well, we
we'll
would
test
just
that
share the
later.
link to them.
Yeah,
Yes.
test that later after this. Yeah.
Okay, so we have a question actually. It says, when sending a mail in a corporate setting, is it okay to include all the information, void back and front? Please, can you clarify? Is it okay to include all the information to avoid back and front? Okay. When sending a mail in a corporate setting, is it okay to include all the information to avoid back and front? I believe it's back and forth, right? So that's a question.
Can you read it
Mr.
again? I
Mali?
was quite confused.
Okay, it says, when sending, hold on, let me go back to it. Okay, when sending a mail in a corporate setting, is it okay to include all the information
to our back and forth? Okay, no, so you include relevant information you perceive the person might need. So when an information comes in form of feedback or a question, okay, feedback can be question or suggestion or whatever, you should be able to decipher, this is what this person needs to understand. But before you do that, send a question to clarify what the person intends to know. Then you will know the kind of information to send. So don't be in a hurry to assume you understand Edith's feedback. So go back, Edith, are you saying that you don't have information on blah, blah, blah? Or what information would you need to understand? Okay, you ask them those kind of questions, then you will know the kind of information you need to send. This is what I've noticed, Edith. So I go on Facebook and I do a lot of online shopping. And I go on Facebook and then the Facebook will give you certain questions to ask. And the person will just give a plain response. Hello, send your what you want and how to and where you stay. I understand what automated messages can do, but in addition to that, be human. Machines can be as human as we are. Okay, so oh, hello Edith, how are you? How may we serve you? What do you need? And then, or more often than not, make sure your automated messages are very properly structured in a way that people will not know it's a robot that sent the message. So always be human, add emotions to it, and then clarify. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And there's another question here. It says, in a professional setting, is it okay to correct a colleague or to introduce an idea which seems better, especially if the colleague is a long-time staff? Are you with us?
Look at me, I was talking and I didn't know I was muted.
Okay.
I'm asking if you, okay, is it in a professional setting, is it okay to correct a colleague or introduce an idea? This is quite tricky. So let's assume it has said something about, let's say, a product we are selling. And she says that she's suggesting that we do direct selling to people and then open up retail stores around the country. Now, that is a good idea. And I may have a much more effective idea and say, Edith, that idea is so brilliant. But what do you think about this as well? If we decided to rather become a distributor and then get people who rather be who already exist and can sell our products so that we don't have to now spend money on what creating other stores. Edith, what do you think about that as well? Okay, so don't make it look like you want to show off that you are more intelligent than Edith. So in your communication, be collaborative. Okay, so give what's it called? Applaud, appraise the person for giving an idea, and then suggest your idea to the person so that it looks like you are brainstorming. There is nothing wrong with brainstorming, so use the brainstorming mode to pass on your message. Thank you, Edith.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We appreciate
Welcome.
your time with us today. Do have, okay. All right. So we'll take one more question, please. One more question. Right. So okay, Raphael says, in addressing people in a professional setting or in messages, is it appropriate to mention their name starting with Miss, Mrs., Mr., or directly mention their name when starting the conversation or greeting? sometimes we may not be able to tell if it's a Miss or Mrs. to use.
I know that can be very tricky because of the way certain people are very fussy about being either called Miss or Mrs. So people know to be safe, Madam. Madam is the safest way to use because any woman married or not, you can call them Madam. Okay, so Madam, I would advise you just use the word Madam or Ma'am to be safe.
All right. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you so much for being with us. Thank you for the answers you've given. We appreciate your time with us. Do wonderful, wonderful weekend.
My pleasure.
All right.
Thank you for having me, and I wish you all success in your lives. God bless you.
Thank you very much. All right, so we're moving forward to the next session. That is the next class on IS 1002. Okay, 10002. So I'll be sharing my screen. We'll be introducing the next trainer we have. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, to handle the class or the session on ISO 10002 is Mrs. Bukola Bamidele. A lot of us, if not everybody, has been taking exams or assessments on ISO courses so far. So ladies and gentlemen, today we are privileged to bring to you the General Manager of Operations of Standard and Best Practice. Okay, she is Mrs. Bukola Bamidele, and with extensive expertise in human resource management, project management, and organizational development, she is the driving force behind the organization's growth and success. She has a passion for excellence and making a tangible impact in the world of business. She has extensive experience in sales, marketing, business development, operations, and process improvement. She is a graduate of the University of Lagos, and her pursuit for continuous learning and a drive for professional excellence led her to the esteemed Hall of Home Business School, where she obtained a Master's of Business Administration. In addition, she has a variety of certifications, which ISO 9001 lead implementer, ISO 17002 for lead auditor, the senior professional in international, also Prince 2, and lots more. So ladies and gentlemen, let's put a round of applause in the chat room as we welcome Mrs. Bukola Bamidele to class this morning. Thank you for joining us. Bukola, we are delighted to have you in class today with us. You can take it up from here. I hope you can hear us. Ms. Bukola, can you hear us? Can you hear me? Okay. We can't hear your voice yet. Yes, yet. I think audio has to do with you.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Perfect. Yes, we can hear you now. Thank you for joining us in class today.
Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Okay, I'm so my Bluetooth is not working with my Bluetooth earpiece is not working. Okay, so let me just do this. Okay, good morning. Apologies for the delay. Can you hear me now?
Yes,
Very
we
clear.
can hear you. Yes.
Okay, very good, very good, very good. Okay, good morning, everyone. I hope we are good this morning. I can't hear anyone. I'd like to know I'm speaking with people. So you can just unmute and respond. Okay, somebody says, yes, I'm good. Okay, you can unmute yourself and speak if you'd love to. I just want to ensure that everybody is here. That's why I would like to hear voices. Okay, someone says, I am very well, very good, very good, very good.
Thank you. Good. Very
Okay.
well, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Wow.
Okay, because I was before. Can you hear me now? I think I was
Yes, we can.
before. Okay. So this morning we're going to be discussing about ISO 1002, and it's about customer satisfaction and complaint management. How many of you have ever heard of 1002 before? I'm sure many will say, no, I haven't heard that. But just in case, let me see if I have anyone that has heard about it before. Anyone? Please, can you confirm that you can see my screen?
Yes, we can see your screen.
Okay, very good. So like I said, this morning we're going to be speaking about customer satisfaction and complaint management. So I'd like to just talk about the learning objectives. So at the end of this session, you'll be able to understand the fundamentals of measuring and managing customer satisfaction and complaints management. You'll also be able to acknowledge the correlation between ISO 1002 and other standards and regulatory framework that speaks to customer satisfaction. And also, lastly, you will understand the approaches, method, and techniques used to effectively manage customer satisfaction and complaints. Now, so so the first thing we're going to talk about is what is ISO 1002, and also understand what customer satisfaction is about. So I know very well that many of us haven't heard about ISO 1002, and I'm going to be talking about that, in a minute. But I would like to ask us, what do you understand about customer satisfaction? What is your understanding about customer satisfaction? I would like to hear from one or two people. Anyone? Hello? I need responses. Can anybody talk to me about your understanding of customer satisfaction? What does it mean to satisfy a customer, or what does it mean to attain customer satisfaction in your own term? In your own term, you can say it in any way you understand it. Okay, somebody said how you treat your customer. Okay, the feedback from you to your customer. Good. Someone said meeting customer needs timely. Very well said, very well said. Okay, let me see. Then more response. Okay, making sure customers are happy with the service rendered. Very good, very correct. So yes, you all have spoken very well. Customer satisfaction is about meeting their requirements. Meeting their requirements. I want to buy a phone that has a good camera. Once you get the phone and it has a camera that you intended it to have, you're satisfied. But imagine that you buy a phone and the camera is not as great as they, pitch it to you when you're about to buy it. You will not be satisfied. You either just manage the phone or you go back and return it, meaning that your requirement has not been met. So that therefore you are not satisfied. So we're going to be diving deeper into this in the course of this training. So first of all, let's understand what ISO 1002. So I'd like to say that when we say ISO 1002, I'm talking about a standard, a standard that profiles requirements for you to be able to achieve customer satisfaction. Okay, so it's like a requirement that, okay, you shall do this, you shall do that, just giving you step-by-step requirements, step-by-step things, guidelines that you need to, to take into consideration when you are trying to achieve customer satisfaction, just like a framework guiding the best practice called customer satisfaction. I just wanted to give that layman language before we go to the technicalities of what, ISO 1002 is. Please, as you go on, if you have any questions, please kindly note it down. I would like to take your questions, after the session. Okay, so let's move quickly. So, now let's see, what is ISO 1002 guidelines for complaint handling in organizations? So like I mentioned, ISO 1002 standard gives guidelines. The word here is what? Guidelines for the process of complaint handling related to products and services within an organization, including planning, design, development, operations.
Ms. Bukola, you are muted.
Sorry. Are you sure I did myself? Okay, that's fine. Can you please hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay, thank you. So 1002, provides a guideline for managing complaints. Now, there is no how if you're rendering services or you are a customer. Everybody here is a customer to some business, to some services. Okay, likewise, vice versa. So there are sometimes that the providers, either the service providers or the product providers, meet your requirements, and there are sometimes they do not meet your requirements. So I understand that I have diverse people here. So imagine, let me take for example, you just finished secondary school and you registered for JAM lessons, in school that tells you that don't worry, you register with us, you're going to pass, A+ all levels once and for all. And you registered with them. But at the end of it all, maybe the teachers don't come on time, the lessons are not quite going well as you intended it to. And at the end of it all, you didn't pass. You managed them, but you didn't pass. At that point, you're very dissatisfied and you go complain. And they don't do anything about it. They just say, okay, don't worry, because we'll do this for you, just to make you, to make you feel satisfied that, okay, don't worry, we're trying to resolve this issue. Now, some people don't have a way of handling complaints. Once you just complain, that is the end. They don't do anything, and you just keep complaining, or your customer keeps complaining, and there's nothing in place to handle such complaints, thereby resulting to dissatisfaction by the customer. But ISO 1002 has already made it very, very easy for anyone, whether you are an entrepreneur, whether you're a career person, your ability to be able to know how to handle complaints when they come. That is what ISO 1002 provides in its documents. So throughout 1002, the term products and services refer to the output of an organization or a business that are intended for or required by a customer. ISO 1002 is also intended for use by an organization regardless of its type, of size or products. A church, a school, a business, a service-oriented business, a product-oriented business can, adopt ISO 1002 in order to be able to manage its complaint handling process. Okay, so I just wanted to lay that foundation for what ISO 1002, so that in case you hear it outside, you'll be able to talk about it. So let's move on. So what are the things that ISO 1002 addresses? Two things. One, it enhances customer satisfaction. And I'm going to be really talking about that. Who is a customer, what customer satisfaction is about. And so 1002 here, enhance customer satisfaction by what? Creating a customer-focused environment that is open to feedback. The key word here is what? It enhances customer satisfaction and also what? Creates a customer-focused. So it is very customer-centric. Do you understand? So, and one of the ways it helps you to enhance customer satisfaction is through being open to feedback. And somebody said it when I was asking about customer satisfaction, that ability to get feedback from your customer, very, very key, including complaints, not just the good side. Okay, many people, either a product or even you as a person, do you get? For example, you work in an organization, when you are given a task to do and you do that task, your ears want to hear is at the time is good compliments, right? Okay, so that's what about. Sometimes we're not ready to take in complaints. We're not ready to take in criticism. Do you understand? So we need to be open to both compliments and criticism, so that part of, because criticism has an input to your improvements if you take it the right way. Okay, so it also ensures that you resolve any complaints received and enhances the organization's ability to improve its products, service, including customer service. And secondly, the top management. So this speaks to people working in organizations and all that. So the top management involvement and commitment through adequate acquisition and deployment of resources. What does the owners of the business, the directors of the business need to put in place to ensure that customer satisfaction is achieved? Okay, including personnel training, which is what you're doing right now, recognizing and addressing the needs and expectation of complaints. So some of you might get a job, for those who are just fresh graduates or about to go to university, in case you might do internship, you might get a job that has to do with customer relations. You have to attend to customers and all of that. Whether you're working in an organization or you're virtually, or you're dealing with people. Your customer can be your boss. Your customer can be someone that is buying something from you. Your customer can be your colleague. So when you get customer, don't just think about someone that is buying something from you. Okay, so it's customer has it reflects on everybody that you have a dealing with. As long as there is a dealing with that person needs something from you, you need something from that person. That person is a customer, so you can term them as internal customers and external customers. So this 1002 has helped to put these guidelines in place to ensure that every customer is satisfied, and complaints also are resolved. Okay, so let's look at the relationship between 1002 with ISO 9001 and ISO 9004. How many of us have heard about ISO 9001? So that I'm not speaking big grammar here. Raise your hand so if I need to break it down. How many of us are familiar with ISO 9001? Anyone? Let me check the chat. Anybody's seen anything? Okay, Adekumbi says, yeah, very good. Says, okay, somebody said quality management system. Thank you, Emmanuel. Yes, that is what ISO 9001 is. ISO 9001 is the standard for quality management system. Thank you, Christy. Yeah, two people said is familiar with 9001. Very good. So now we want to see the relationship between ISO 1002 that speaks to customer satisfaction and complaints management, as it is relationship with QMS, that's quality management system. So ISO 1002 is very compatible with ISO 9001 and ISO 9004. You see, these three standards are under the umbrella called quality management. Because if you remember, for those who are very familiar with 9001, one of the principles of ISO 9001 is what? Customer focus. Customer focus, the ability to what? Meet your customer requirements, understanding their needs. So you can see that they are very compatible. So you can implement 9001 and also implement 1002 together, because they have very interrelations with one another. So these three standards support the objectives of ISO 9002 supports the objectives of ISO 9001 and ISO 9004 through the effective and efficient application of a complaint handling process. Now, for you to say that you truly have implemented 9001, it means that you have taken into consideration complaint handling process, which 1002 speaks to. Okay, so ISO 1002 can be used independently of this both standards, or can be used to work together. So also, ISO 9001 specifies requirements for a quality management system, like many of us know. The process of complaint handling described in 1002 can be used as an element of a quality management system. What does that mean? Meaning that you can take the entire guideline in 1002 and infuse it into 9001. Okay, when you're talking about, remember clause 4, context of the organization, understanding the needs and expectation of interested parties. Everything even into your clause 8 that speaks to operations, you can be able to infuse 1002 to say, okay, this is how we have stated that we're going to be able to handle, complaints that comes from our customers. And also 9004 guides, achieve the sustained success of an organization. The use of 1002 enhances the performance in the area of complaint handling and increase the satisfaction of customers and other relevant interested parties to facilitate the achievement of sustained success. So this here we're talking about how you can, implement an integrated system, 1002, ISO 9001, and ISO 9004 together, into one umbrella to achieve, customer satisfaction, to achieve quality of services or products, to achieve, standard complaint handling management. Okay, so this is how, these three standards, are very compatible and relatable. So I don't want to buttress on this a lot. So let's quickly go to 1002. So now you can see 1002, 1001, 1003, 1004. So these are like let me say the brothers and sisters of ISO 1002. Okay, so different standards speaking to different things, but are all relatable to complaint handling management process. So let's quickly look at how they relate together. So ISO 1002 is very compatible with ISO 1001, 1003, 1004. So these 4 standards can be used either independently or in conjunction with with each other. When used, they can be brother, and become an integrated framework for enhanced customer satisfaction through code of conduct, complaint handling, dispute resolution, monitoring, and measurement of customer satisfaction. Some organizations combine everything together so that their complaint and customer satisfaction process can be very robust. Some just take 1002, some just take 1003, depending on what it is they are looking to implement within their organization. Okay, so let us look at what each of these 1001, 1003, 1004 is about. So 1001 contains guidance on codes of conduct, for organizations. How should you behave? When you say code of conduct, I'm sure everyone are familiar with what code of conduct is. How you should act, how we should behave when it comes to customer satisfaction. When the customer calls for something, what should be the response time? Should you reply just via phone call or via email? It outlines the guideline or the codes of conduct for a person that is in charge of managing the customer should behave. And such code of conduct can decrease the probability of problem arising and can also eliminate causes of complaints and disputes, which can decrease customer satisfaction. Next is, what is 1003? I'm rushing this because this is not the attention. So I just wanted to know what this 1003, 1004, 1001 is about. Okay. So 1003 contains guidance on the resolution of disputes. Remember, 1001 does what? Provides a code of conduct, as it relates to customer satisfaction. Okay. 1003 provides guidance on how to resolve disputes regarding products and services, when there are complaints, okay, when there are complaints from the customer. For example, I asked that you deliver 25 cartons of these products, but you delivered 10, okay, and out of the 10, some are some damages, in it. So how to manage this dispute between a customer and a provider, okay? So 1003 can also help minimize customer dissatisfaction. So also 1004 contains guidance on establishing effective processes for monitoring and measuring. Now we've come to, how do we measure, customer satisfaction? By what metrics? Okay, do we want, when it comes to 4/5, are we saying that when we get 80% of these, are we able to achieve customer satisfaction? What are the metrics? Our customer have to be, customer complaint had to resolve within 24 hours. Did we meet these 24 hours? Okay, what is the tracking system in place to be able to monitor these things? So that is what 1004 is. Okay, so let's wrap it up here. So 1001 is about what? It provides code of conduct of how a provider of service or product should behave when it comes to enhancing customer satisfaction. While 1002 provides guidance on a complaint handling process. What are the 1, 2, 3 things that you have to have in place to be able to achieve customer satisfaction in resolving complaints? Why ISO 1003 provides guidance on what? Resolving them. Okay, resolving these disputes with regards to complaints that has to do with your product or service. And lastly is 1004 provides effective process for monitoring and measuring. Something that you don't measure, you cannot, attain. Okay, something that you cannot measure, you cannot have a good output. You can have a good feedback from that process or that resolution or that system that you are putting. We have to put measurements. Okay, this is how we are doing well. This is how we are not doing well. So that you can be able to improve on whatever service that you provide. Okay, so all of this standard is focused on customers that are external to the organization. Because without customers, there's no business. Why do you have a business? Or why are you providing that service? It's because you want to meet a customer needs. It's because you want to, meet a particular need. That's why you have that service in place. That is why you are running that business. That is why you are running that organization. So you have to put into consideration, that your customers might not be happy all the time. So what is the process that you need to put in place to, reduce it, even though you might not, eradicate it, totally, but at least you can reduce it to a very minimal level in which, complaints, what's the English now? Are given to you, or are given to your organization with regards to your products. Okay. So any questions here? I hope I'm communicating, please. I know I've been talking since on 1001, 1002, 1003, 1004. Are there any questions before I move on? Okay. Please, Edith, please, in case there's any questions on the chat, because I'm not seeing my chat, you can just let me know. Okay. Okay, so let's move. So let's look at the principles of ISO 1002. Our focus in this session is 1002. Okay, I just wanted to give that background to the other parts of ISO 1002. So we have 14 principles. Commitment. You need to be committed to the promise that you make to your customers. We say, oh, we are going to be able to do this, we're going to do that. You should ensure that you do that. So that they don't say, but they say they're going to do this, but they're not able to. That is when complaints comes in. But if you're able to be committed to the promise that you make to your customers, okay, it will go along. So that is one of the principles of ISO 1002. Another one is capacity. Do not do more than you can handle. Ensure that you have the capacity to provide that service that you have, promised that you can provide. Next is transparency. You have to be very transparent. If there's something, for example, to provide, let me bring it home. For example, you work in an organization, and for example, a task was given to you, and you know that you don't fully understand how to go about it. You should speak to your manager about it. That, oh, please, this is how I think I can handle it. Is there a better way? Get guidance. Don't say, oh, okay, let me just do the way I can do it. And when you now do it, the line manager or your boss is not satisfied, about the work that you did. Okay. For example, you're an entrepreneur, okay, or you sew clothes and something, and a customer comes and brings one difficult, design for you to do, and you know that you don't have the capacity to do it. You see that you tell the person, please, so I cannot do this. Okay, rather than now take up the work, then do rubbish, and the customer gets to be dissatisfied. So you have to be transparent with regards to whatever it is that you are doing. Accessibility. You have to be accessible. Your customers have to be able to reach you. That's why you see that these days now, customer service are 24/7. Some people have customer service for 24/7. So you have some people that are working morning shifts, they are working afternoon shifts, they're working night shift, because they don't want to leave their customers hanging. So you have to be accessible. You have to have a portal or an email or a mobile number or an office number that people can reach you, to be able to say, oh, please, I've not gotten my products. How will I get it? Oh, please, this product that you sent to me is not good. Be very accessible. And there are various ways you can be accessible. You can be accessible via emails, you can be accessible via contacts, you can be accessible via you have a physical office, people can walk up to your office, and talk to you about any complaints or any issue they have with the service or product that you provide. Responsiveness is not enough to be accessible. You have to be able to respond at the right time. At the right time, you have to be able to respond. When you are given a task, we have a motto called, treat as urgent. Treat as urgent. Like every task you are given, don't wait to the deadline before you respond to that, to that task. When your customer, if you're a business person here, when your customer, says or complains to you about anything that has to do with the service or product that you provided, ensure you respond 24/7. Okay, don't wait and let it linger for a long time and the complaint is private. And what you don't know is that person will not refer you to another person or to another person, to another customer. That's what many of us don't know. So our responsiveness has to be very active. Another thing is that you have to be objectivity. Your customer is your customer. There is no favoritism when it comes to customer. Okay, you have to be objective. If the person handling your service, for example, you have somebody handling your product and the person didn't do well, ensure you address it as is. If it's your customer that is wrong, for example, now maybe the customer just wanted to, make a fuse where there's no fuse, be objective and address the matter in a very polite way and amicably, but be objective when you are dealing with your customers. Okay, if it's the organizational fault, you say it's the organizational fault and you apologize and resolve the issue. If it's the customer's fault, you also let the customer know, okay, so that everything is resolved. Next, charges. Are there any charges to your product? It has to be very plain, it has to be very clear. Okay. Next is information integrity. Whatever you put on your social media, whatever you put on your resume, whatever you put on your website, as long as you are, you are sending that information to external customers, you have to ensure that it is true. Do not say what you cannot offer. I'm saying this because I'm assuming that we have different types of people here, graduates, professionals, and secondary school graduate here. So every information from your CV to whatever it is that you're an entrepreneur here, the products you provide, ensure that it is what you do. Don't say that you do this and at the end of it all, you don't provide such services. And you have to start running up and down and all of that and end up, making your customer dissatisfied. Or as a graduate, you're looking for a job. Okay? You're looking for a job and you have a CV. Don't say what you cannot do so that you don't go embarrass yourself during the interview. Because as an HR, if I see your CV, I say, wow, your CV, and I get you for an interview, and what you're saying versus what I've seen your CV does not correlate. I'm like, wow. But you say you can do this job, so I don't end up giving it to you. Or peradventure, I'm swayed in your interview and you get in, and and your first month, that's why there's always the first 6 months of probation, and your first 6 months, you are not to write about. Then we don't confirm you as a full-time staff. We just tell you, please, we don't need your services again, and we release your employment. So information integrity is very key when it comes to customer satisfaction. Next one is confidentiality. If your business or product, has to do with getting data, personal information of your customers, ensure that it is confidential. It's not a time for you to now, use your customers' information as a advertisement. No. Or as a content on social media. No. That means you have lost their trust. Okay, that's why there's a particular time that Facebook was sued because they felt that their data was porous to the public, and Facebook paid each ransom for that. So if your business, if your business is a business that collects data, personal information of customers, ensure confidentiality. Even if you work in an organization, or when you're going to work in an organization, anything that is happening in the organization has to be confidential. It's not a topic for discussion with your parents or with your friends. It is confidential. And that is why in many offer letters, you will see that you have to sign a confidentiality clause. So confidentiality is very key to achieve customer satisfaction. Another thing is customer focused approach. Everything that we have been saying this morning is that customers are very important. Customer satisfaction is very important. So you have to, approach everything that you do, approach your business, approach your work as a customer focused centric, approach. Okay. Next is accountability. You have to be accountable. You have to be accountable. People are, trusting you to be able to deliver this product, to be able to deliver this service, to be able to do this work, to be able to carry out this tasks. You have to be accountable. Next, improvement. Life is about improving yourself. The reason why you are in this training because you want to improve yourself. You want to, upskill. Okay, so improvement is key. You have to so it also deals with your service, also deals with your product. Okay, I'm delivering a service. What I'm doing right now is a service. I'm delivering a training. That is a service. I'm delivering a service to Transformation College. So I have to ensure that, I deliver it well. I have to ensure that at the end of this training, the customer, the participants of Transformation College are satisfied, and also Transformation College team are also satisfied. So improvement is key. You have to be competent. Competence is very key. There's anything that any customer is looking for, is competence. Like I said, your customers comes in different ways. Your customer can be someone that is buying something from you, either a product or service. Customer can be someone that you work with. Your employer is also your customer. Okay, so, and you have to show that you have the competence to be able to deliver that service, that product, that task that has been given to you, or that responsibility that has been ensured in your hands. So competence is very, very key. And the last one is timeliness. Timeliness. I mentioned something earlier. Treat as urgent. Every work, every assignment, every task, every inquiry, every product that was purchased from you, or was inquired from you, or requested from you, you have to deliver on time. If at the time that does something, an online business, and use dispatch rider, if you say you're going to deliver something in 2 days, ensure that it's delivered in 2 days or before the 2 days enact. Okay, but ensure timeliness with your work. Timeliness is very, 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 it's a very good matrix of customer satisfaction. Okay, so these are the 14 principles of ISO 1002. Okay, please, are we still here? Just write it, and I'm not okay. I think you're all muted. You can just put it in chat box that yes, you are following. I'd like to know that I've been communicating. Thank you very much, Chibuka. Thank you. Say yes, yes, yes. Oh, yes. Thank you, Eric. Thank you, Joy. Yes. Okay. Okay. Yes. Yes. Thank you, Christy. Thank you, Falashade. Okay. Very good. So these are the 14, and you can apply this whether you are a career person, whether you're an entrepreneur, or even a fresh graduate. You can apply this in your work. If you get admission into secondary university, the way you carry out assignments, the way you carry out tasks that are given to you in your class, maybe you are in a group, all of these too, they are all very relatable, and you can implement them wherever that you are. Okay, so let's move on quickly. Now, what is customer satisfaction? Many of us, I asked that question at the beginning. I would say, okay, meeting customer needs, ensuring our customers are happy, very good, the feedback that customer gives to you. So let us look at it, in a very technical term. So what is customer satisfaction? Customer satisfaction is a measure of how products and services supplied by a company meet or surpasses the customer expectation. Okay, customer expectation, it says here that meets, that's the first one. Okay, is it that you meet that expectation, that requirement, or you surpass it? So if you don't do these two, or these two are not achieved, it means that you haven't achieved customer satisfaction. Customer expectation is the need. When we talk about customer expectation, that is the need, that is the requirement. I want to get let me use an example. Okay, for example, you want to get a shoe. Okay, you go to the market, or let's say you don't go to the market, you order online. Do you understand? You saw a very nice picture online and you love the shoe and you purchased it online. And this guy will deliver it to you. The person delivers it to you, and you find out that the shoe has some, roughness in it, it's not neat, or something, there's any peeling. That is what 100% satisfaction. You will return the product, or call the customer to complain and return the product. But if the shoe was delivered to you in the way you saw it in the picture, what has happened there, your expectation, your need has been met. Okay, now if the shoe that you bought now as the delivery now came with let us say with a shoe brush that wasn't in the in the picture or in the thing that you saw online to buy. Or pretend there's a thank you card. So thank you very much, Oluwayemisi, for getting the shop. I was really for your patronage. Well, you are very happy, like, wow, I can even put a thank you card, my name customized on it, because we're not expecting that. What has happened, the supplier or this person has what surpassed your expectation. So that is what customer satisfaction is about. So once your customer's expectations are met, then the customer is what? Satisfied. So who are the customers? So customers, everybody, we have a very, very renowned or popular slang for customer. Customers is what? Is king. Abi, am I right? You say customers are king, or customers are always right. Well, not all the time, but most times, okay? Sometimes some customers are not what they seem to be. So who are the customers? Customers are important people in your business, okay? They are not dependent on the organization, but what? The organization is dependent on them. So meaning that when I establish if I want to do a business today, okay, if I want to do a business today, I'm thinking of the customer needs that I want to meet. So that means my business is solely dependent on the customers that I want to meet, that I want to, the customer needs that I want to meet. Okay, so customers are not interruptions, but they're the purpose of work. The reason why you want to go to school is because so that you can be competent and be the right, fit for an organization to be able to hire you. Okay. Same thing when you are doing that's the reason why you are trying to go to school. That's the reason why you are upskilling yourself to be able to meet a need, an organizational need. Because that organization will always need, people that are competent in customer management, competent in various, like I think in your first training, how to write well, all of those things. So customers are the purpose of the work. You as a person, you are a customer to somebody. Another person is a customer to you. It is vice versa. Everybody is a customer to one thing or the other. Because every one of us have needs. Every one of us have expectation. So customers are done, are lifeblood of business. So you have to take them seriously. Handle your customers like an egg. When you buy egg, you use the one that is not the boiled one, raw egg. You wouldn't want it to fall down, right? You will carry it like you're carrying a newborn baby. That is how you should handle your customers. That is how you should treat your work. That is how you should treat the task that is given to you. Don't just treat it anyhow. Because why? They're the lifeblood of business. And they are part of the business, not outsiders. That's why they are very, in the corporate world, we call them very important stakeholders. And yes, we have the employees, we have the directors, but if the customers don't patronize or don't, request for our services, don't buy our products, it means that something is wrong. Okay, so customers are part of the business. So if you're thinking of anything when it comes to building a business or as an entrepreneur or as a professional, look at your employer as a customer. Take your employer as a customer. Take the customer that are buying things from you as a customer, like that. And because you need to understand that customers are very important. So these are who customers are. So I want you to change your, mind sheet about customers today, about the people that you work with. Okay, everybody is a customer to you, and the way you handle them will, the output will determine whether you are able to satisfy them or not. Okay, so let's move on. So let's look at the types of customers that we have. We have two types of customers: internal customers and external customers. If you've been listening to my conversation since, I've been trying to relate it to that we have different customers. Now we have the external customers. Let me start with the internal first. So we have the internal customers. So the internal customers are the customers inside of the company. So as a professional, your boss is a customer. Your employer is a customer because it requires something from you. Likewise, you are also a customer to your organization because you too, you have an expectation. You have a need. If you're not being paid salary at the end of the month, will you be happy? No, you won't, right? For example, or they promised you that you're going to, be trained, you're going to be given professional development and benefits, and you get inside, your employers don't train you, nothing of sorts, they owe your salary. I'm sure in the next 2-3 months, you're already looking for a way out. You're already, revamping your CV, looking for another job. Because why? You have not been satisfied. Same also, if you as a person, you have been employed to do certain work in that organization and you're not delivering, you're not delivering the clear results or the expectations from you, your employer won't be happy to start considering your employment with them. Okay, so, and that's why we do something called performance appraisal to see, okay, where is this person? Why is this person like this? And the person is not doing well, just say, please, we no longer need your service. So internal customers are what customers that are inside the company. Every person in the process, okay, every person in the process, if you're an entrepreneur, for example, you produce, what do they call it now? You produce, or you're a fashion designer, your tailors are your customers because they need something from you. The person that is, the customer that is, sewing with you is also your customer. That's an external customer. But everybody in that process, your tailor, your vendor, person that supplies you the material, is also a customer to you. For example, you buy for the person, you don't pay your vendor. The person will not supply to you again. Or the person working with you in your tailoring, in your fashion house, you're not paying salaries, you're not doing what it is you promised them that you would do. Something will go wrong. So every person in the process is also your internal customer. Each department is a customer of another. Each department is a customer of another. Okay, that is departments interacting with another department. Finance will always need something from business development department. Then everybody needs something from admin department. Everybody is a customer to one another. So let's look at external customers. Who uses your product or your services? Those are your external customers. Who purchases the products that you produce or the service that you provide is your customer. Who influences the sale of a product is your customer. Imagine that I buy something from you and I'm very, very satisfied. I will tell somebody else about you. You want to get this thing, please ensure you go to XYZ. Why? That person has influenced the sale of that product. So that person also is your customers. So these are the two types of customers that we have. So we have the internal customers who are, people inside of a company or of a business, okay? And we have the external customers, those that purchase or uses the product or service that you provide, okay? So let's move on. So why customer satisfaction? Why? Can somebody tell me? I like to hear people speak here. Why is customer satisfaction important? Why? I'd like to hear from the house. Please share your thoughts. Why is customer satisfaction important? Hello, can anybody hear me?
I believe they can, and they are writing the chat room. Yes.
Okay. To ensure business continuity and profitability, very correct. Is it important for consistent patronage? Very correct. Because that is the core of any business. Very, very correct. Yes. So we are all right. Thank you, Agusa. Thank you, Joyce. Thank you, Ebuka. Very good. Mary Jane says it's important for referral purpose. Sonny said for customer retention. Yes. We are very, very right. Remember what we said, customers are like the lifeblood of a business. So the customer is the boss of the market. The woman selling something in the market either it's in tomatoes or selling pepper, she's waiting for you to come and buy for her. She's waiting for a customer. Because if she doesn't have that market, if she doesn't have a need to meet, she won't be there to sell. Okay, if it's not something that someone will buy from her, she won't be there to sell. So customers are the boss of the business. But now let's take a very profound scenario. You go to the market, to buy something. You want to buy baby pepper to cook stew, and there are so many people selling pepper and all of that. If you go to one and you see the way the tomatoes or the pepper is looking like, you won't buy from her. Maybe it's dented, spots, or everything. You won't go to her. You go to somebody whose pepper or tomatoes are very fresh. Because that is what you want. That is your expectation. Okay, so customers are the boss of the market. Whether you're an entrepreneur, whether you're a professional, or you own a corporate organization, the customer is the boss of the business. So that is why customer satisfaction is important. Secondly, is that the customer dictates market trends and direction. How many of you, do you know why there's always updates in your smartphone or with an app that you use? It's because a customer has requested for that thing. If because they don't request for that, or there was no survey carried out to understand the customer needs, no upgrade would need to be done. It means that customers is okay by what that service is providing, what that app or smartphone is providing. But there's always updates because why? A requirement has been infused into the existing app to meet a customer requirement. Okay, that's why you see Apple's phone now. The reason why they say keep upgrading. If you look at if you're an Apple iPhone user, for me, I think the thing that changed most apart from the aesthetics of the phone is the camera. So there's always, people always want to do things with camera and all of that, because a lot of things are happening. There's video editing. You can, do a lot with a smartphone. So because of that need, the phone producer, manufacturers, they keep upgrading the smartphone so that it can meet the needs of the customers. So they dictate the market trends and direction. A lot of people are doing a lot of things with technology today. Why? Because the world has evolved. So customer dictates market trends and direction. So customer satisfaction is important. Next, that the organization is dependent on the customer, not the other way around. What did I say? The organization is what, or that business or that organization is dependent on the customer. That is why and it works for everybody, whether you're an entrepreneur, whether you're a professional or anything. In short, let me bring it very, 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 very home. If you are still a student, you are dependent on your parents to be able to pay your school fees, to be able to do certain things in life. Same goes for the customer. Same goes for, the people that you deal with in your business or in your work. So customer satisfaction is very important. It also means loyalty to the organization. When your customers are satisfied, they'll be loyal to you. As an employee, if your employee are satisfied, they will be loyal to you. As a manufacturer, whatever product you produce and your customers are happy with it, they'll be loyal to that product. Why? Because that product is good, it's quality. They'll keep purchasing and buying from you, even when other brands come. That's one of the great side or important side of customer satisfaction. Lastly, the satisfied customer will help bring new customer by what? Word of mouth. Somebody said because of referral. Yes, you're absolutely right. A satisfied customer will always bring in new customers by word of mouth. When you go to church and you You're always blessed. You'll be happy to tell somebody about your church. Come to my church, or we do this, or we do that. Or come to my school, we do this, we do that. Why? Because you have been satisfied. You are happy. You are a happy customer. So you are happy to also tell somebody by word of mouth to also come and enjoy what you are enjoying. So that is why customer satisfaction is very, very key. Okay? So, so let's look at the factors that affect or that can affect, customer satisfaction. One, price. Price. Okay? In Nigeria here, I know that we like free things. We like free things. But still, even if it's free, we still want something quality, right? And sometimes price also determine, how satisfied your customer is. For example, you put an high price for something, but the service is of low quality. You can't expect your customer to be satisfied. Okay, so price affects what? Customer satisfaction. Two people can be selling the same thing, but the price will determine who your customers, the customer that will come and buy from you. They're selling the same quality things, but the price will not determine, okay, I want to buy from this person because I thought why is this person adding more money when I can get this same thing at this price? That's one. Two, quality. Example is Rolls Royce. Some people, if you have money, want to, buy Rolls Royce because of the quality and the aesthetics of, Rolls Royce quality. But let's leave Rolls Royce. That is very far example. Let's bring it home. The clothes that you buy, the shoe, even the banking services that you require from your bank. Quality service, quality. You go to a restaurant, people have been hyping it, and you go there and you see that food is not even, delicious. That's why people hyping it. You're not satisfied. But if, as people are hyping and that is what you mean, you say, this business, this place, it reached to be what? To be hyped. Same thing, I remember some people like this, when, for those that love to watch movies, people are really advertising and talking about the movies and, saying a lot about the hyping the movies. And you pay 4,500 to go and watch that movie in the cinema. I get like, what is this? What is this? I don't even understand what they're even trying to do here. Oh, wow, this movie makes sense. This movie is it. The directors, the actors, they killed it. The quality of your perception or the perception that they give to you is very important. So it's also what contributes to customer satisfaction. Service also, service is very key. You buy a laptop and you're looking for a laptop that, the computer processing is very high, and you buy it and it's not so. I know a lot of your work drags. It takes time. It takes time to load. Those things affect your productivity as a customer. Therefore, satisfied, and that leads to what? Complaints. So service also what? Affects customer satisfaction. Brand name also what? Affects customer satisfaction. Everybody wants to get iPhone. Am I right? Because it's like the people that are using iPhone are the ones that are using good smartphones. But they're not smartphones, but because of the brand. Okay, if you take iPhone and Techno, I don't bring Techno names. But there's iPhone and there's Samsung. Samsung is also a good phone. But because of the brand and everybody, celebrities are using iPhone. So everybody wants to use iPhone. Why? Because of the brand. Okay, so that also contributes to customer satisfaction. Another one is reputation. Reputation. What people are saying about you. I don't know if you're someone like me that once you want to get a product, okay, for example, from this online store, you go and check the reviews. How many of you like me? You can raise a hand. I want to see. How many of you like me that you go check reviews first before you purchase that product? Or you go and check what people are saying about this service online before you buy their service or get their services. Anyone? I know you can't talk, but you can just raise hands. I see Joyce, I see Mary J. Very good. So I have people in my WhatsApp group. Very good. You check reviews. So yeah, when you're saying two, you will not buy that product, right? When you're saying 4, you're saying 4 stars, you're saying 5 stars, okay. And you're saying people's comments, okay, I think I should go for this product. That also was contribute to customer what? Satisfaction. And lastly is the features. Like I said, iPhone. Some people want to get for instance, maybe laptops, like all those like cars, the type that love cars, BMW, Lexus. I'm not I don't know cars that much. At least one I know I will say, okay. The features alone, those features like wow, the inside, the inside and the outside are just giving. That is it. So, and those things, makes you happy that you want to, keep, you want to buy, or you want to keep buying, or refer someone to buy that product or service. So these are the things, that contribute to customer satisfaction. So there are different levels of customer satisfaction. There are 3 levels. I always be looking at them. The first is basic needs. And this basic need are what? Dissatisfiers. So a service that customers take for granted or expect to be present in the product. So I'm going to be explaining this more. So this speaks to the absence of this need. The absence of this need will lead to dissatisfaction for the customer, but the presence of it will not lead to any satisfaction at all. So we have some people in this category. Let me give us a scenario. Now, you are let's take for example, you commit a bus, okay, like maybe let me say BRT, okay. Let me just take the BRT in Nigeria for example, okay. And you expect that normally the time that the bus should be there by maybe 7 a.m. okay. Now, when it is part of the rule, there's nothing special about that. The time for the bus the time for the bus to arrive at the bus station should be 7 a.m. So if the bus is there by 7 a.m., you're not wowed. Okay, that is what the person, that is part of the service, that the bus should be there at 7 a.m. But if the bus doesn't arrive at 7 a.m., you're not happy because you're going to be late for work or late to where you're going to, right? So once the bus does not get there at 7 a.m., because like maybe 7:30 or 8, it means that he has kept you waiting, okay? And he has also affected the time that you're supposed to arrive at your destination. So you're not happy. But if the bus is there at 7 a.m., you're not like, and you don't have any satisfaction as such. There's no wow satisfaction there. That is what it's supposed to do. Okay, or you go to an hotel. Everybody knows that an hotel should have an hotel Wi-Fi. Is it not so? Yes. Okay, so when you go there and you on your Wi-Fi, you see the name of the hotel, you're just going to ask the front desk, please, what is the password? And they tell you this password and you use it. You're not, nothing has wowed you there, nothing extraordinary there. But if you get there, there's Wi-Fi, but the Wi-Fi is slow, okay, it's not helping you to do things that you want to do. You're not happy. So you say, what kind of Wi-Fi do they have here? You don't resort back to your own, mobile data. So that is the category of customer satisfaction, when some customers fall under these basic needs. That is a basic need, nothing extraordinary about it. Now let's look at the second people, performance needs. They are the satisfiers. So these people refer to the customer need that it was specifically asked for. Better performance will be the satisfaction of the customer. So let's take for example, you go to a you buy a smartphone, okay, and you told them that okay, you want a smartphone that has a very good camera, okay, That if you go to slots now, all of these people that sell different phones, and you go there and you say, oh, don't worry, this phone can, give you the performance that you want, and you get the smartphone, and when you it is what it is. You are happy, you are satisfied. Or you get a laptop, okay, and you want a laptop that it has a very high processing gig or time, or 11th gen, all of those plenty details of getting a laptop that you want, and you get it, and it's performing at the rate at which you want it to perform. You are what? You are satisfied, meaning that what the customer specifically asked for was what was granted, or he or she received. So that person is satisfied. No complaints, no dissatisfaction. So let's look at the third people. These are the excitement needs. Level. This is another customer satisfaction. This is another level of customer satisfaction. The excitement needs. These are the delighters. Okay, so the delighter is an unspoken or unexpected requirement of a customer. It leads to a very high level of satisfaction or customer delight. Okay, so for example, you go to a restaurant, or you always visit a coffee shop or a restaurant. You as a customer, hi Bukola, welcome, blah 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 blah. And for that particular day that you visited, maybe that was your birthday. Okay, that was your birthday, and the owner of the restaurant said, this person's birthday today, and they surprised you with a slice of cake and a birthday card. Your own is that you went there because that is always good. You love their food, you love their food, or whatever it is that you get from them. But they went all the way to get you a slice of cake to celebrate your birthday, and even sang birthday song for you. Please, if you are the customer, won't you be very surprised and happy? You'll be excited. You're like, wow, I didn't expect this. Meaning that they surpassed your expectation. They surpassed your needs. Okay, and they made the world very, very happy. So, and this applies to everyone here. So whatever it is that you're doing, you can either meet the needs of the customer, you can either surpass it, or ensure that basic need that you are providing, it is not what? It is not, there are no issues with it. Okay, so for example, now we live in Nigeria. We know light should be a basic need, right? Electricity should be a basic need, whatever country that you are. So if you always have constant light, it's not going to wow you. It should be there because it's a basic need as a citizen of that country. But when there are not electricity, that is when dissatisfaction start creeping in and all of that. So that is basic needs. Now for performance, meaning that you get something. You say, okay, when you get, I want to get you this shoe. This shoe has this and this, and you get the shoe, and it is exactly what it is that the feature says that it will have. You're satisfied. You are happy. You're using it. You can even tell somebody to buy the same product. That is very good. Okay, so that one falls under what? Performance needs. Then the excitement needs now is the one that you surpass. You go beyond what the person requires from you or usually need from you by doing by going the extra mile for that for that customer. So these are the different levels of customer satisfaction that can be attained. So what are the steps to ensuring customer satisfaction? Step 1, understanding customer expectation. It is very key that you understand your customer expectation. What does your customer need? What do they require from me? Next is promises to your customers. Okay? Ensure that you meet the promises that you said you would do. Tell them that you are able to do this, you're able to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 things, and ensure the next one is ensure that you execute them. Those promises that you've made, should be implemented or meant. Okay. Step 4, ongoing dialogue with the customer. So let's say, for example, you are a web designer. Okay. You develop websites for people. You have to keep, maybe after stage 1, stage 2, stage 3. Sir, do you like this front, this home page? Is it fine? Is there anything you want me to add? Oh yeah, this is great. You can move on. Move to the next stage. You know, like that. It'll be ongoing that with your customer. If you're a fashion designer, for example, you have to call your customer to come and test your clothes. Don't just sew and just deliver. No, you have to call your customer for fitting. Please come for fitting so that I can know, if there's any adjustment I need to do 1 or 2 places and all of that. Okay, or you're a professional in your work. If you're given an assignment or a task to do, you know, for example, if it's a very bulky one or it's going to be a very long assignment like that, you can carry your boss, you know, along and say, okay, sir, I got to this stage. Is this good before I move on to the next one? You know, or the next stage, you know, dialogue has to be involved so that, you know, like I said, customers are what's part of the process. And the last step is what? Customer satisfaction survey. So once you have delivered the product or the services or you have completed the task, whatever it is, you know, you have to look for, you have to ensure that you get feedbacks. Okay, how did I do in those products? How did this product, did you find this product useful for you? Is it good? I hope there are no issues. Hope everything is fine. You know, those surveys will help to know whether you need to improve, if there's anything you need to add or anything you need to remove. So these are the 5 steps, okay, to ensure customer satisfaction. So what are the tools to ensure customer satisfaction? Surveys, I mentioned that, okay, customer feedback. So surveys, you can use surveys for people that are not even your customers, just to understand, you know, what are the current trends or needs, so you can add to what it is that you're already providing. Customer feedback, that particular product or service that you provided, you need to get feedback if the customer is satisfied with that, okay? Comparison with alternatives. Okay, what are my competitors doing? Can I be better? Can I do more? Can I even, you know, upskill to even be at their level in case you are seeing a customer that is doing, you know, way better than you? I'm sorry, a competitor that is doing way better than you. Okay, so you have to do comparison with alternative. If you are in the corporate world, employee feedback is very, very important. Very important to know how they are faring in the environment. Is the culture, you know, okay with them? Are they satisfied with the compensation and benefit that you provide? The training and development benefit that you provide, does it align with what they are doing there, or is it off the track? You know, all of this employee feedback, you know, will contribute to customer or employee satisfaction, as we call it in the corporate world. Internet and blogs. You can also use internet, you know, to know what it is that's happening out there and see how you can also be part of it. Okay, and toll-free numbers for those that live outside outside of Nigeria. You know, for them to be able to reach you, there's 911, there's 133. You know, all of those toll-free numbers. Many of us we see them, you know, in our various countries also. So some of us don't even know our emergency numbers, but there some of these things are there for us to be able to reach them, you know, for any service that we need. Okay. So how do you ensure customer satisfaction? Somebody said customer retention. Very, very correct. So customer retention is very key because you want people to keep buying that service or that product that you offer. So customer satisfaction should lead to customer loyalty and customer retention. Okay. Now, the quality of the service that you provide, the quality of the service that you provide, or the quality of the product that you provide can lead to what? Customer loyalty and customer retention. This is the real test and the bottom line when the customer repeatedly what comes back to you for repeat orders or purchase. So if a first-time customer comes to you, okay, and you do not, you know, that person does not come back to buy from you. Even maybe, for example, the product is meant to be used for maybe a while, and after like 1 month, the person does not come back to you, it means there's something what's wrong. Okay, so you have to put this into consideration, even in church. Okay, if a first-time person comes to your church and the way you treat your first-time guests, they're not happy, they won't come back to your church, and that's the truth. They're nothing to, you know, keep them coming or even to make them stay. So it is very important that, you know, we ensure that we have customer loyalty, which we need to watch customer retention. Okay. Next is customer feedback. Okay. One of the ways to ensure customer satisfaction is customer feedback. Feedback is very, very important. If you run a business here and you do not get customer feedback, then you are not doing it right. Okay. You need to get customer feedback. You need to, get their point of view into your business. That's something that we did in my organization. We called our customer. We really have customer feedback where they fill a form and all of those things. But we wanted to, like have a one-on-one feedback from them. And what did we do? We called some of our customers. I said, and asking some questions. I said, we want to know how did this. I know, and we're getting very real-time feedback that we didn't even get via the feedback form that we usually send to them at the end of the training that they do with us. And that feedback alone, has helped us to has had an input in our improvement plan, going forward. So customer feedback is very, very important, and that's to be continually done and monitored. It's not like when you have the feedback form and say, okay, this is because I said we should have customer feedback. You now have the customer feedback. They fill the form. You don't even look at the form. Nothing. No, that is not going to be useful at all. Having the feedback form and getting the customer to fill it is one thing, and to now look into it and see how we can take their feedback, and put it into action is also another thing. So you have to be able to continually, monitor the feedback that you get from your customers. Why? Because it enables organizations to discover customer dissatisfaction, discover relative priorities of quality, to identify customer needs, and also determine opportunities for improvement. Okay, so this is what customer feedback can enable us to achieve customer satisfaction. So let's look at the customer perception of quality. So quality is what customer perceive it to be. Quality level needs are to be improved accordingly, and ages or stages questionnaires like ASQ survey ranks this customer perception. So quality is what your customer perceive it to be. What you, as a producer now, you might think this is quality, but until your customer gives you a feedback, that is when you actually know that thing that you provide, that service that you provided, or that product that you provided, is quality, because it is your customer that will be able to perceive that it is either quality or not. Okay, so this is the end of the first section. Okay, sorry. So we have the customer perception of quality. 1, performance, fitness for use, product or services are ready for use, availability, reliability, maintainability. These are all of things that are under what performance. Secondly is features. Another perception of quality is features. The secondary character, the extra facility. How does this smartphone looks like? How does this laptop look like? How does this shoe, this dress, this gown, this car? The features sometimes contribute to the perception of quality from the customer. Service also. The service, the service that is provided, is it provided at the right time? Even though the customer does not complain, or was it provided at the right time? Was it, provided in the right way, through the right channel? Those contribute to these things contribute to the perception of quality from the customers. Warranty. When you buy a washing machine, for example, and there's always a 12-month warranty there. That's also quality, meaning that if there's anything within that 12 months, we can bring it to our store and we will fix it. So it represents a promise of quality products. It forces the organization to focus on customer needs, and also forces the organization to do what? Correct the action system and attract and also build the market that it's intended to build. Another one is So another one is price. Okay, nowadays is ready to give customer is ready to give high price towards quality. because if you want to do quality things, it requires you to invest in it. So now these customers are ready to, you know, to give high price for quality. Okay, expect to get good products at lower prices. Also, customer perception of value is continuously changing, and to succeed, you have to identify and verify the perception of value. And you can get this data from surveys that you know, customer surveys, customer satisfaction surveys, or customer feedback. Okay, another one is reputation. Customer will always buy products from a known company. Reputation brings the market to the organization. Same also goes for what the strive for customer for life. That's loyalty. You know, reputation goes a long way. So you have to protect your brand. You have to protect you because you as a person, you're a brand. Your company or the organization that you work with or that you own is also a brand. So reputation is very key. The way people perceive you, the way people perceive your organization brand is very important to, you know, the quality of your product or services. Okay. So what are the 9 dimensions of quality? We have performance, features, conformance, reliability, durability, service, response of dealer, manufacturer to customer, the aesthetics of the product, and again, the reputation of the manufacturer or dealer. So these are the 9 dimensions of quality. So this is the end of the first section. Do I still have time? So there's still a second session. Quickly run through that.
You can quickly run.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. So quickly, let's look at how to initiate complaint handling management framework, which is the core of
and your slide also. Your slide is not moving.
Oh, so sorry, Mr. Sure. Please confirm you can see my screen now. Is it moving?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, apologies for that. Okay, so let's quickly go through this. So we're going to be looking at initiation of complaint handling management framework, you know, in line with ISO 1002, which is the core framework of the standard. So what is complaint and who is a complainant? So please give me a minute, please. Okay, apologies for that. Okay, so I'm back. Apologies for that. Okay, so definition of complaint and complainant. So what is a complaint? A complaint is an expression of dissatisfaction made to an organization that is related to its product or the complaint handling process itself, where a response or resolution is explicitly or implicitly expected. So complaint, in a very simple term, is an expression of what? Dissatisfaction of either a service or a product provided. Okay, why a complainant is a person. Please, apologies for the background noise. So a complainant is a person, organization, or representative making the complaint. So if I'm dissatisfied with a product or service, I'm complaining about it, that makes me what? A complainant. Okay. So what are the ways to benefit from customer complaint? Now we need to have a mind shift regards to customer complaints now. Okay. Customer complaints is not to make us, you know, drool or sulking. No, it's an avenue for us to improve. Okay. As I said, customer complaints and critique, you know, they are almost, you know, in the same category. Okay, like I said, customer complaints can come from your external customers and critique can come from your internal customer. Okay, or from a department, you know, to another department, like we earlier discussed. So one of the ways that we can benefit our customer complaint is to handle complaints as opportunities. Opportunities to improve, to do better. Okay. Now, sometimes we see risk in a very negative way, but risk can also be seen in a positive way, as an opportunity. Yes. Same also for complaints. We need to handle complaints as well as opportunities for improvement. Secondly, to encourage customers to express their dissatisfaction. Once you enable your customer, remember that one of the principles of ISO 1002 is what is transparency and accountability, and also accessibility. Okay, now you can be able to encourage your customers to express dissatisfaction. That way, the customer feels part of the process of your business. It also makes the customer to know that, okay, their opinion is also what's important. So that's one of the ways you can benefit from customer complaints. Third is consider the customer's perspective. Okay, so we can't know it all, but when we have other inputs from our customers who use our products, okay, or purchasers who uses our services, it with that perspective contributes to the improvement of that product or service that we provide. Okay, and the next one says helps us to establish documentation and maintain record. Okay, once you're able to implement customer satisfaction, customer complaint through 1002, you are able to establish a documentation that says, okay, these are the complaints that we have and how it has contributed to our improvement plan or improvement plan for this product or for these services. And lastly, now you train your employee. It's also enable you to train your employee. Okay, so that means there's something lacking. Okay, maybe the people that are working in your labs, they need to gain a knowledge about something. So you need to, that means to enable you to train them. Okay, if they are complaining about your employee's work or something, it means that your employee lacks the skill in that area. So that means you need to train that employee. Or you as a person, when you're always getting negative complaints or critique from your employer or from your boss, you know that you need to improve on yourself. So you also train yourself. Okay, you also upskill the current knowledge that you have. So these are the ways you can benefit from customer complaints. So now, what is customer complaint handling management? Now we have looked at what customer complaint is, how we can benefit from it. Now let's look at it in the managerial angle. So customer complaint management focuses on effectively handling customer complaints to maintain customer satisfaction and retention. Now, if you're an entrepreneur, if someone tells you that, oh, this thing that you provided, I don't like it because of 1, 2, 3 things, you say, sorry, madam, don't worry, I'll rectify it. Okay, and you just do the work. You already doing you're already resolving the customer complaint. But if you want to do it in a better way and in a more standard way, okay, that is where ISO 1002 comes in. You have to have a management process for it, a documented process, a documented procedure that says, okay, if the customer says 1, 2, 3, these are the 2 things or 3 things that we need to do. Who is the department responsible for this? What time frame to handle these complaints? Okay, and how do we resolve it? What are the channels for resolution? So that is where complaint management comes in. Okay, so it focuses on effectively handling customer complaints to maintain customer satisfaction and retention. Okay, I don't know if anyone have been able to, if you have experienced this before, whereby a organization will call you and say, please, can you know that this conversation is being recorded? Okay, maybe you call your mobile network service or your bank, if you've got your customer service, they'll tell you that please note that this conversation will be recorded. They are taking records of your complaints. And how the customer representative was able to resolve it and how long it took to resolve it. So that is a customer handling management process that has been put in place to be able to manage customer complaints and enhance customer satisfaction. So customer complaints aims to maintain customer satisfaction despite a negative event and to draw conclusion from complaints about how errors or weaknesses can be avoided in the future. So customer handling management primary work is to ensure what? Improvement of the customer service and the product that is being provided. Okay. Furthermore, it monitors price trends through shopping basket surveys, thereby advocating for fair price structure on basic commodities with government and producers. So sometimes your customer can complain about the price, that your price is too high. So you have to look at your other, competitors, or what's the trend, the market trend out there, and see how whether you should maintain the same price or bring it down, just to get your customers on board and satisfy them. Okay, so application of ISO 9004 to complaint handling. So 9004, we're looking at customer focus. So let us look at this 9004 principle in line with complaint handling procedure. Okay, so first here is customer focus. That's one of the principles of 9004. So here, how do we properly apply this principle to complaint handling? Focus complaint handling on what customer or the complainant needs and requirements. Okay, what the customer complained about, and ensure that's what it is resolved. Leadership. Next one is what? Leadership. And also, how do you apply this to complaint handling? To ensure that what leaders' commitment to effective and efficient complaint handling. You have to ensure that the leaders, the top management are involved. They provide the resources, they provide the systems that will bring about efficient complaint handling. The next is involvement of people. One of the principles of 9004 is what? Involvement of people. That's why we have +7 9004 speaking to what? Resources. So one, you need to train employees to work with customers' complaints and also motivate them to improve their skills. There's a saying that says you cannot give what you do not have. So you cannot expect, a certain what's the word now? You cannot expect a customer satisfaction rate when your employee are not properly trained to be able to achieve that customer satisfaction rate that you intended. So you have to train them. Okay, you have to train your employees. You as a person, as an individual, you have to also upskill to be able to meet your customer. Like I told you, there's your employer is your customer also. So you have to upskill. You have to, increase your knowledge and understand about a certain subject matter so that you can be able to meet and your customer need and ensure customer satisfaction. Next is process approach, very, very explicit in 2004. And how we apply a complaint handling is having a complaint handling as a process. A process is not word by mouth, it is documented. You go to it, you can say anybody that is working in that department, can easily refer to that document and say, okay, if I'm supposed to do this, this is what I'm expected to do, and this is the time you should take, and this is the channel by which it should be resolved and communicated. So complaint, the process approach, ensures that involves that you have a complaint handling as a documented process. Is system approach to management. The application of that is to identify how this complaint handling process interacts with other business processes in your management system. Next, continual improvement. You have to continually improve the effectiveness and efficiency of the complaint handling process. Don't just have a process in a book and nothing is done. None of your employees knows about it. Your workers, if you are an entrepreneur, your workers don't even know about the process that you have. I expect them to know how to resolve your customer complaints. No, they would not. So you have to, ensure that you have those processes documented and also ensure that, people interact with those processes at all times. Okay. Next is factual approach to decision making. Analyze complaints handling information and data to make decision for improvement. When you get customer feedback and there's a complaint inside of the feedback, analyze it and ensure to resolve it. Okay. And the next one is what? Mutually beneficial supplier relationship. Provide suppliers affected by the complaint with adequate information so that they can what? Improve. Okay, people that are providing your raw materials, you have to, ensure that they also align with, with your own goal to ensure customer satisfaction, because it is what they produce for you, that your customers will get. Okay, for example, maybe you don't produce yourself now, you have someone that produces for you. Okay, you have to ensure that you tell your manufacturers, your suppliers, say, okay, this is how I want my products to look like. This is how I want this to look like. So you're dealing with third parties. For example, you're a printer, for example, maybe you don't print yourself, but you collect print jobs, and you go to Shomolu now. You have to do your work anyhow. But you know that this is the quality of thing I want you to use for this print work, and ensure that they align with it. So you have to ensure that you have a mutual beneficial supplier relationship. So how to improve, how to ensure that your customers are happy in today's modern market space. Is essential to keep your customer satisfied. Customers are the lifeblood of business. They are the king of any business, but without them, there is no business, there is no service to provide. Okay, so you have to ensure that you keep your customers satisfied. So as a successful organization or successful person or professional, we should know that you should know how to translate your customer needs into relevant solution. 2, to remain competitive, we need to implement an effective complaint handling system that will provide, market intelligence and build customer loyalty. Okay, another one is standards help to establish, operate, and maintain an effective complaint system. That's why we have ISO 1002. Okay, it helps to establish, operate, and maintain an effective complaint handling system. Another is it helps to encourage market loyalty and improve competitiveness locally and globally. Okay, so that is how to keep your customers happy. So why does organization why should organization establish an effective complaint handling system? Reasons are many, but may include reduce and avoid bad publicity, serve as a warning for trouble spot. Complaint data can indicate where an agency is not meeting its customers' expectation. So that's why many of these big organizations, they monitor the conversations with their customer agent and the customers to see if the customer agent is actually following the process and the procedure that have been put in place. Customer complaint feedback can also assist in quality control. An agency can meet its charter obligations of complaints and where these words exist. Assist in settling service benchmarks for the organization, and also identifying information policy, process, and service deficiency. So this is why organizations should establish an effective complaint handling system. So this does speak to ISO 1002 complaint handling framework. So it has to do with the organization, understanding the external and internal issues that might affect customer satisfaction. Who are the interested parties? That is, who are the parties involved, in ensuring customer satisfaction, and also understanding the scope of the complaint handling process. Next is leadership and commitment. We cannot overemphasize the involvement of leadership. Okay, to achieve an effective complaint handling management process or framework, the leadership of the top management have to be committed and have to be involved. Okay, they have to show that they want to achieve customer satisfaction through a laid out or a systematic complaint handling process. Okay, and this can be reflected in the definition, the adoption, and dissemination of policies and procedures for resolution of complaints. So policies, we have to have policies in place. Okay, policies like that people will have your employee have to follow, such as establishing an explicit customer focused complaint handling policy, and it has to be known to every personnel. Okay, everybody needs to know that a customer a complaint handling policy is in place, and they have to align with it. Even to have the standard, you can be able to read through this properly. Another one is responsibility and authority. Who is responsible for what? Okay, when you're implementing ISO 1002, you have to establish what we call organizational structure, or let me put it that way, organizational structure for complaint handling. Okay, who is responsible for what? Okay, who reports to who? Where does this complaint go to? You have to establish that in very clear terms. So the complaint handling management representative should be responsible for what? Establishing a process for performance monitoring, reporting to the top management on complaint handling process with regards to recommendations for improvement. Another one is maintaining the effective and efficient operations of complaint handling, and also ensuring the promotion of awareness of the complaint handling process. So you have to ensure that everybody is aware that there's a process, there's a policy of, there's a complaint handling process in place. Also, sorry, I'm rushing this because of time. So next is ensuring that information about the complaint handling process is communicated to customers. Okay, so if you go to some people's websites, you can see the process of complaint handling. For example, now if you go to Standards and Best Practice website, now there's a complaint process there. Okay, this is how you should if you want to complain about this is the channel you should go to, this is who you should speak to, this is the email you should email, so that this, so the right channel the right people will get the information and resolve it amicably. So you have to also communicate to your customers. Same also to appointing a complaint handling management representative. Okay, defining their responsibility very in clear terms. Okay, and also periodically reviewing the complaint handling procedure to say, okay, what are the things that we need to change, we need to update, we need to review, we need to remove, this is working, this is not working. So all of these things, you have to have a team in charge of your complaint management process, because it's not just one person, it has to be a teamwork. So other managers involved in the complaint handling process should be within their area of responsibility and are responsible for ensuring complaint handling process is implemented, liaising with complaint handling management representative, ensuring the promotion of awareness of the complaint handling process and the need for what? For a customer focus. Also, showing that information about the complaint handling is easily accessible. That is, you have a portal or a document drive whereby people can get access to it and checkmate, in line with what is it that was executed and what it is that has been established in the process. Okay, so all personnel in contact with customers and complaints should be trained in complaint handling, which is what we're doing now. Comply with any complaint handling reporting requirement determined by the organization. Cautiously treat customers and promptly respond to complaints or direct them to the appropriate individual, and also show good interpersonal and good communication skills. Very important. If you want to work in a customer what do you call it now? Customer department, customer relations department, you have to have good interpersonal and good communication skills. So implementing ISO 1002 can help to develop an open and responsive complaint handling process, resolve complaints in a consistent and systematic and responsive manner, identify trends, eliminate causes of complaint, and improve an organization's operations. Also create a customer-focused approach, encourage staff to improve their skills in working with customers, and lastly, to develop continual review and analysis of the complaint handling process, the resolution of the complainant, and the process, and the process for improvement. So this is how 1002 can help an organization enhance its customer retention. So that is the end of this session. This you can just, when you have the material, you can just go through this on your on your own. Thank you very much for listening. I hope I've been able to communicate. If you have any questions, I would like to take that now. Thank you very much. Over to you, Edith.
All right, thank you so much, Kola, for that very educative and informative case 1002. So please, if you have your questions, kindly put them in the chat room and let's take them. All right, let's take your questions. Okay, so someone is asking, Hilton is asking, can unhappy staff make customers happy and satisfied? So I think you're muted. You're muted, Bukola.
Oh, okay, sorry. Okay. What did you say, please? Can you come again?
Okay, the question is, can unhappy staff make customers happy and satisfied?
Well, that is very relative, okay? So that's for me, that would be a transference of your dissatisfaction with your organization to the customer. So that's why you have to ensure that you relate your dissatisfaction to your, to your employers. It will be good that because you're not happy, you're not also, transferring that unhappiness to your customers. It will affect them, because if the customers is not happy and they don't buy from you, it will affect them to doing that which they need to do for you. Okay, so when the customer is not happy, it also affects the organization, and it will also affect you, because it is the monies that, or the sale that the customers are bringing in, that they're also using to do what? To also pay you. So what I would say is that do not transfer your unhappiness to your customers. Okay, your customers do not know that your organization are not making you happy, so do not transfer them. So do your work, amicably, and do your work well. Make the customers happy. But peradventure that your employers are not making you happy, you can leave, in case, because the more you stay there, the more you keep being dissatisfied, and it also affects your mental health. So you should just leave and go to where that will make you happy, but do not transfer the deficiencies of the organization to your customer, because it's also come back to you.
Right, answered. Perfect. Okay, so do we have any other question before we go on a break? Okay, someone, Joycey. Okay, Joycey is saying, so when a customer is quite annoying by arguing your price, even when you try to explain, but he just won't be right and not you. But he just wants to be right and not you. Right? Is Joycey, is this a question?
So when a customer is quite annoying by arguing your price, even when you try to explain, we don't want to be right and not you.
I guess this is a statement or an input. The customer wants you to stand his ground, or wants to stand his ground. I think this is an input from Joyce, right? Oh. Joyce. Yeah, I think this is an input.
There's some difficult customers, anyways. Okay, we're not going to override that. There are some difficult customers. So what you should do there is that, how do I handle a difficult customer? If your customer is saying, okay, this is what you're saying, okay, this is your price, okay, and the customer is not aligned, you say, okay, no problem, but I can't, and this is what I charge. Okay, you can also, in case you can't afford this, but you can go to other vendors. Just speak politely to the person. Okay, do you understand? Those people that but ensure the person knows that what you provide is quality. Okay, what you provide is quality. But if the person is still saying no, you don't want, and just leave the person. There's no need to argue, because the more you argue, the more you also invite unnecessary annoyance or grievances. So just speak in a polite way and just end the conversation like that. So if the person still wants to buy from you, you will go ahead. But if the person doesn't want to buy from you, you will go to another person. Okay, yeah.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Bukola, for your time with us in class today. This was really a very insightful and session. Thank you very much for being with us today.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right. Have a great weekend ahead. All right, so we'll quickly go on our short break. Be back by 1:15. So please, let's take a very short break and back by 1:15. Right, take the last session. Okay, so we see you back by 1:15. That time, would like to go straight up to introduce or welcome our next trainer. Okay, so the next trainer we have this morning is Mr. Henry Olade. If you can remember him, he was with us in class sometime in November 4th when he took the class on stakeholder analysis and management. And today we have him back in class with us. All right, Mr. Henry, you're welcome back to class. Just for the sake of time, I would go ahead to read all we have on the screen, because I believe everybody in class have met you before. So we're excited to have you back in class with us this afternoon. So let's put in chat a round of applause as we start to welcome Henry. Please, you can take it up from here. I will stop sharing my screen now.
Thank you very much, Edith. Good afternoon, everybody. Yeah, I want to believe we can all hear me. Can everybody hear me, please?
Yes, yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you very much. So today we'll be looking at documenting and managing requirements. Documenting and managing requirements. Let me share my screen now. Please give me a second. I'm not seeing the option to share screen yet. Okay. Okay. Looking at documenting and managing requirements. You know, after proper elicitation, there's need to actually get the ideas, to get the requirements, to get what is needed from each stakeholder, okay, for a particular product. So that every information gotten should be documented. Okay, there's a point where you document the requirements needed for a particular solution, and there's a point where you now catalog the requirements. So we'll be looking at both documenting, cataloging, and other things, part of the documents that we should look out for while documenting these requirements. So in the realm of business analysis, documenting and managing requirements is a critical phase that plays a pivotal role in the process of in the success of any project. It's very important. Now, let me give this example. Let's assume we have you want to build a solution, is an application, for example, that users can actually come on board, get a product, and then proceed with the purchase. If we don't document how every part of this simple process will work, there's going to be a development and implementation challenge from the software developers. Okay, let's assume we are in Nigeria right here, and I said implement a payment gateway, and then the developer ends up implementing PayStack. PayPal, for example. The developer ends up implementing PayPal while we don't use PayPal here in Nigeria. So that is a wrong implementation, totally wrong. I mean, it won't be useful to anybody in Nigeria. But yes, it might be useful to those outside the country, but our target audience right now, they're in Nigeria. So that's a wrong implementation that can come from poor documentation. Okay, that's an example of why we need to document every requirement for any solution as a business analyst. So the more we document, the more we share this document with all the stakeholders, the better the solution we deliver out to the customer, the better the solution we deliver out to other interested parties. So as outlined in earlier chapters, changes to these elements may vary in scope, and the business analyst's responsibility is to define these requirements throughout and accurately. Yes, there's a need for this requirement to be really documented, really defined, actively being documented, updated as at when due, and shared with all the stakeholders, with everybody that have one or two to do with the very solution, with that particular solution. So when changes involve alterations to business processes, specific modeling techniques as discussed in previous chapters are employed to articulate how these new processes should function. In instances where recommendations necessitate the implementation of designed processes, the implications often extend to modifications in organizational structure, job roles, and development of requisite staff skills. While certain improvements may be achievable through minor adjustments, such as refined job definitions or additional training, more substantial transformation usually require enhancements to existing IT systems or even the introduction of entirely new systems. So this still just talking about the documenting changes as they happen per time. Documenting changes as they happen per time. A clear requirement definition. Okay, requirements should be clearly defined. Okay, clearly defined. Requirements for anything as a business analyst should be clearly defined by the analyst. And this should be really comprehensive as far as that entity is concerned. Okay, and the requirement should contain specific functionality. It should describe in detail steps involved in any process, like what I just like the example I gave, using a developer implementing PayPal instead of using a gateway that's applicable to those in Nigeria, is applicable to us in Nigeria. Okay, that means the process, the checkout process wasn't properly documented. Okay, the right information wasn't gotten from the other stakeholders. Okay, the customers are not involved and were not really considered, because if the customers were considered and their needs documented, I mean, there's no way a developer should go and implement PayPal in Nigeria. Well, while we while we don't use PayPal in Nigeria. So the requirement document should be really specific. Each functionality should be clearly defined. Okay, if there is need for prototyping and wireframing and what have we, drawing sketches, using UI, UX tools, yes, it should be added to the document. Yes, it can be done and then added to the document. There are a lot of tools that we can use for this, which we'll most likely see in subsequent, I think the next chapter after this requirement documentation is more on modeling. So we'll see more of those tools in upcoming chapters. So let's proceed to the next slide. Okay, the business analyst must undertake the responsibility of providing a comprehensive and clear definition of requirements, as any ambiguities in the documentation can lead to changes during both the development and implementation phases of the system. Excuse me, please. Clarity in requirements is vital to establishing a direct correlation between business needs and the proposed change. Yeah, clarity, very important. Clarity is very important. In essence, the process of documenting and managing requirements is integrally tied to the success of the overall business analysis project. The ability to identify, articulate, and validate these requirements serves as the linchpin in facilitating effective communication between stakeholders and the development team. Okay, so in essence, the requirement for any feature should be properly documented. Like still, let me still fall back on the same example. We've developed the application, we've deployed. Now users really have been anticipating the deployment, the availability of the application to them. Now we get the application available to the users and they can't use it. Okay, they pick their bags, pick whatever they want from the shopping, application. And when they want to check out, I mean, they're now seeing something like PayPal, pay with PayPal. Like who does that? So that will actually slow business. Okay, and they will now have to, I mean, developers will now have to start implementing something that will work for them in Nigeria, which should not be. The importance of documentation. There are many reasons why often a good documentation. First, it enables communication between the project team and provides a basis for ensuring that all the related requirements are consistent with each other. Now, during stakeholders analysis, there's a point where the stakeholders will need to come back during elicitation and collaboration. There's a point where you still need to come back and get feedback. You keep communicating with the stakeholders. Okay, you keep communicating with the stakeholders. Communicating with the stakeholders will keep everybody updated with what is being done. That's one. And also, if there's need for any change in what is ongoing, it will be stated. It will be detected in time and acted upon. Secondly, the documentation provides the business managers and staff who are the sources and owners of the requirements with a firm basis for validating the documentation accurately. Thirdly, any further work to develop and test the business solution will use the documentation as input to these activities. Yes, the requirements document will define what the solution is to do, and the acceptance criteria required to test the solution will be defined. I had this experience while implementing a standard for an organization, and there's this product they have, very beautiful products, and I asked them, where's the document for this product? And all they could provide was a UI UX design of they just gave me UI UX design of how, I mean, of the flow. Like, this is not enough. It's not enough. Yes, because I'm in the field, it's easy for me to understand what you're trying to do. But I mean, if you have a new staff that's joining the organization and you give that staff this document, it's so much useless to the person. Okay, it's really useless to the person. Just a UI UX design of what's 3 pages and that's all. That's what you have as the requirement documents. No, that's not. It's not enough. Every feature should be stated. Every feature, every part of the application should be stated, and what it does, how to achieve it, where will the data flow from one point to another. So this it helps the development teams. It helps the business. Okay, it helps the business subsequently. Still under the requirement documents, the importance, okay, structure. Okay, looking at the structure of the requirements documents. Okay, the requirement document must provide the basis for the solutions to be delivered to the organization. So it needs to be well formed and clear. The business managers and staff must review the documentation to ensure that the descriptions of the requirements reflects their need and that the analysts have correctly interpreted and understood the information provided to them. One of the key approaches to supporting the review of the documentation is to ensure that it is well structured. The requirements document needs to provide all the information that the reviewers require in any easily understandable and digestible form. A well-structured document will help to improve the accessibility of the information in it. The requirements document may be partitioned by business area or for specific groups of stakeholders. Whatever the basis used for partitioning, an organized requirement document will make reviewing much easier and help to ensure that the agreed requirements are accurate. We're going to see example in the subsequent slides as we go. Okay, let's look at the content of a requirement document. Content of a requirement document. Number one, we're looking at the introduction. content of the requirement document, we're looking at the introduction. The introduction, this section should set out a description of the business situation and drivers for the project. It serves to clarify the objective and scope of the work and ensures that all stakeholders are aware of the business context for the requirements. Yeah, once it gets that introduction is more of like a background. Okay, it basically just describes the business situation, objective and scope of the project. The objectives and scope of the project. So that's what it describes. That's for the introduction and the background. Please give me a second, please. Please.
Harry, we can't hear you. Harry, are you there?
Yes, please. I'm very much with you.
Okay.
I'm very much with you. Yeah. Okay. Now for business process models, the business process actually depicts the current as is and future, business processes affected by the project. Okay. The as is and the future, the future business processes as it should be. That's what the business process model, should describe within the requirement document. Typically, the requirements will involve changes to the business process. In addition, any software solution must support the business processes. So this more of, okay, what do we have on ground right now? Then what do we, where are we going to, what stage are we targeting? Okay, so we're looking at what is on ground, the as is state and to be state. So this is what this is a part of the requirement documents that should be included in any requirement document, the business process models. Function models visually represent representation like context or use case diagram, okay, of a particular functionality. Okay, we can make use of diagrams in this particular part of it. The function models, these are diagrams showing the functionality of the proposed software solution, and they may be included in this part. A second, please. I'm still with you. Okay. Okay, then the data model. Can everybody hear me, please? Is the volume loud enough, please? Can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, yes.
Thank you. Okay, the data model. A data model is relevant where the requirements document is to be defined at a level of detail such that it can be used to build a software solution or evaluate an off-the-shelf package. A data model in the requirement documents illustrates the structure, the relationships, and business rules governing the data within the system. Now, when we talk about data within the system, let me use this example. In the database schema, I don't know if any of us is familiar with database. Hello, can anybody just tell me what you understand by database? Anybody, please? Database schema. Okay, in a database schema, yes, it's a database schema. Displays relationship, okay, between tables in the database. If you look at a database schema or a diagram, you're going to see how the customer, let's say a customer is having a primary key, a name, maybe the email or the phone number is the primary key, and then we have name, we have the emails, we have the phone number, we have address. And then on the product part also, there'll be a primary key and other parts. So the data model should show how the different parts of the database interact with each other, the different parts of the tables in the database, how they interact with each other. It should show the structure. Also, the structure of the data and the ways in which different groups of data need to relate to each other cannot be defined easily within a contextual description. A data model provides a far superior view of data and enables the analyst to consider the exact business rules and requirements to be met by the solution. I was actually drawing the data diagram. I didn't finish it for the class, but then it's an image that shows at a glance how the data flows within the system. The next part of the requirement documents is the requirement catalog. Is requirement catalog, and below is an example of a requirement catalog that includes the requirement ID, description, priority level, acceptance criteria, and the stakeholders sign off. Okay, requirement catalog. The information about each individual requirement should be documented in the requirements catalog. The catalog is the key component of the audit trail for the requirement because it is the central repository of information relating to the identification, cross-referencing, and source of the requirements. Okay, right here we have an example of such a requirement catalog where we have the ID, description, implements, user authentication feature, priority level, I, yes. And then we have another one, which to integrate payments gateway, priority level, medium. Okay, so this is an example of requirement catalog. So let's move further to glossary of terms. Okay, these are glossary of terms. One of the key quality characteristics of the requirement document is to ensure that it provides a clear definition of the requirement so that it can be read, understood, and agreed as easily as possible. However, within any organization, there will be terminologies that is understood by the people working in that particular area. And often this terminology is very precise in conveying information. As a result, it is important that the requirements are able to use this terminology, but this can represent a problem for the analysts and reviewers who lack familiarities with it. Yes, it can pose a challenge to the reviewer, to the analyst, if it's not familiar with. Let's say you want to build an application for lawyers in Nigeria, for example. Okay, they have their own, they have some terminology that you add to the, to the portal that lawyers will easily vibe with compared to engineers. Okay, in either case, this is an example, this is an important component of the requirement document and will be used throughout the business change and software development life cycle. Okay. Content of requirement document. Okay, this is an image just describing what we just explained now. The content of a requirement document must have the introduction and background. The introduction and background, like we said, describes the business situation, objective, and the scope. Okay, we should have the business process models. The business process models depicts the current, as is, and future business processes affected by the project. Okay, and then we have the function models, which is a visual representation. Okay, diagrams of proposed software or solution functionalities. That's for function models. We have the data model. The data model, like we said, illustrates the structure, relationship of the data within the system. Okay, the requirement catalog, detailed documentation of each individual requirement. Okay, and also cross-referencing it and cross-references and sources. Then the glossary of terms clarify precise terminologies. Okay, within the system as we keep on building. Okay, well, requirements catalog. When we hear the term requirements catalog, it's a structured document or database that contains detailed information about individual requirements. It contains detailed information. First is a structured document. It is a structured document. Elicitation will give you random information. elicitation will give you a lot of information. You pick them, put them together, and you come up with a structured document that you can now call a requirements catalog. Now, this structured document contains detailed information about individual requirements for a project. It serves as a central repository where all requirements are documented, organized, and managed throughout the project's life cycle. So if there's any take home is that this requirements catalog is a structured document. We're going to see an example as we go. When requirements are initially elicited, they are not organized. They are not organized. It is only once the requirement analysis activity takes place that they are structured and formed into an organized set. There are several ways of organizing requirements, but fundamentally, a hierarchical approach will provide the easiest structure for navigating and reviewing the requirements. The structure, the hierarchy structures the requirements into 4 discrete areas. Okay, this hierarchy structures the requirement into 4 discrete areas. Okay, based upon their types. These are described below. Okay, this is the hierarchy structure now. We have the general, the technical, functional, and non-functional requirements. The general and the technical falls under the business, while the functional and non-functional falls under the solution. So we're going to dive deeper into these requirements. Types of requirements. Within each of these areas, there are several specific categories of requirements that should be considered in further details. Okay, let's look at the general requirements. Number 1. General requirements. These are requirements that define business policies, standards, and needs. These requirements are often very broad in scope and can have impact upon several different areas. Many general requirements apply to entire business change programs and sometimes to all the change initiatives underway. That's for the general requirements. Okay, it's a requirement that has to do with it defines the business policies. Okay, SOPs, standards, and needs. Okay, within and mostly applies to specific to specific departments within an organization. Okay, business constraints. Okay, these cover aspects such as budgets, timescales. So it is all these are parts of the general requirements. Now, these are parts of the general requirements. Looking at it should contain the business constraints, the business policies, legal, branding, cultural, language, and business continuity. Okay, it contains the business constraints, the business policies. The policies cover aspects such as standards and business policies decisions, often known as business rules. The legal, these are the requirements that states relevant legal and regulatory constraints. Some of these, for example, the Data Protection Act, yes, may relate to organizations in many business sectors. Others, such as the Financial Services Act, may be specific to a business sector or an industry. Branding, these requirements are concerned with the image and style to be promoted for the organization. Typically, there will be branding documentation. For example, a style guide, which will set out factors such as logos, keywords, language, and color requirements. Okay. Under this same general requirements, like if you look at this branding now, under branding, this is where we're looking at the logos, keywords to be used on the application or the website in development, so that for search engine optimization and all. For the logos, the color combination, color requirements, all will fall under this general requirements. Okay, then we have the cultural. These requirements relates to the type of culture required within the organization. They may set out the vision for the organization, the approach taken to dealing with customers, or the management style. the language, and business continuity. The ability of the organization to continue to function in the face of various threats and challenges, natural and as the result of human activity. Yes, it's very important and gives rise to various disaster recovery and business continuity requirements. Again, in case of business, in case of a threat to the business or to a particular part of the business, what should be done? Okay, so this where the business continuity part of the document is where that is now, described in details and will be addressed in details. Categories of requirements. Here we are, this is where it's now broken down further into the other parts that we're going to look at. Next slides. Under general, we saw business constraints, business policies, legal, branding, cultural, language. Technical, we'll be looking at the hardware, software, interface, internet, and all under the technical functional requirements. We're looking at data entry, data maintenance, procedural retrieval requirements. Non-functional, looking at performance, security, availability, usability, and capacity. So as we go forward, I'm going to talk more on each of these subsections. Okay, under technical requirements, right, you're looking at hardware, software, interface, and internet. Okay, technical requirements are the requirements that state the technical policies and constraints to be adopted across the organization. They apply to a range of change projects. The specific subcategories of technical requirements are hardware requirements. Hardware requirements covering aspects such as the make and model of hardware equipment. Okay, like there are organizations that decide to use purely HP products, and the HP product will have a particular, configuration standard. The type of RAM, the size of RAM, the size of the internal memory, the processor type, they are specific. So that will be stated under the technical requirements, and once it's stated, that's what will be followed. All through the vendor that will supply this equipment will have these documents and will be sure to provide exactly what's in the document. Okay, there's a software requirements covering areas such as operating systems, software packages, applications, networking, and communication software. Also, yes. Then interoperability requirements that cover the standards for communicating between systems where they are required to exchange data. Okay, these requirements may also need to be specified where systems need to communicate with other technical equipment such as printers, interfaces. The interfaces may be with systems and equipment operated within the organization or by other external organizations. Interoperability requirements when you need to transfer data or get data from another source or to another source. Okay, how you can connect seamlessly with other sources. That's what this is talking about. So if the requirements, if there's any need to connect to other sources, printers, to connect to external bodies, just the way the banks connect to CBN to send reports and receive other information from CBN, then it should be stated in the document. It should be stated in the technical requirements. Internet requirement, which relates to the technical policies governing the organization use of the internet and web-based, web-enabled services. Internet requirements such as policies governing the use of internet within the organization. Okay, segmentation of the network, giving guest users their own network while the staff of the organization use the other part of the network for the business process. Okay, then we're also looking at, in case of disaster recovery, how many networks do they have in case of downtime? Okay, business continuity, how many networks must they operate with per time within the organization? Will they have 2 ISPs? Will they have 3 ISPs serving them per time? So that in case there's a downtime on one, they still have 2 more running. So all this should be stated within the, technical requirements. Functional requirements. Under functional requirements, the functional requirements are those that set out the features that any solution should provide. The features that appear in these requirements may be incorporated in the resulting IT system solution, but this is not necessarily the case. Some of the requirements may prove to be too costly or time consuming, in which case alternative means of delivering them will need to be considered. Okay. As a result, this is a key use for the requirements catalog, because whereas the general and technical requirements tend to have a certain longevity, the functional requirements may be subject to frequent change, particularly as they are elaborated upon. As a result, they need to be well documented so that they can be tracked throughout the development and delivery of the business solution. When eliciting and investigating functional requirements, it can be useful to consider several kinds, such as the data entry requirements. These are concerned with gathering and recording data that is required in the solution. Functional requirements talk about the major parts, the features of the solution that must be working, that must be considered, okay, to make the business flow seamlessly. So this is where functional requirements comes into play. The data entry, data use, data manipulation, data maintenance requirements, all these should be stated under the functional requirements. Okay, then we have the procedure requirements. Okay, one of the key sources of error in a business solution occurs where the detailed business rules to be applied during working procedures are not understood well. These requirements need to be defined clearly so that they can be adopted accurately within the solution. Okay, techniques such as those involving decision trees or decision tables can be very useful in documenting these requirements. That's procedure requirements. Okay, so when the right process is not being followed, that's where this where one or two errors can come up. Retrieval requirements. These requirements are concerned with requests about the data and include the provision of specified reports, the responses to inquiries, reports and responses to inquiries. Management and operational information requirements can be numerous and wide-ranging. If so, it can be useful to consider this requirement as a separate area of functionality when structuring the requirements catalog. So when structuring the requirement catalog, there should be a place to actually pull out more of getting reports and responses. Okay, getting reports and responses. Reports on usage of the application. Okay, the usage of the data, reports on how the application functions, reports feedback from the use of the application. Okay, so this should also be documented in the catalog and how this report will be gotten from the solution. This should be documented in the catalog. Non-functional requirements. Okay, non-functional requirements I'll be looking at includes speed of performance, level of security, access permissions, backup and recovery, archiving. So these are concerned with how well the solution delivers to the public, how well the solution operates, okay, how well it performs out there. There are some business applications that you open on your device, and I mean, it takes a lot of time before, the first page comes up. Okay, so this is where we now document how well this application should function. And then the application should now be built to meet that particular standard. Okay, speed of performance. This requirement concerns the speed at which a transaction should be processed, okay, or a flow should take place. Level of security. Level of security, now this describes the kind of encryption method, the kind of security protocol firewall that should be put in place for such. Okay, now the security levels are likely to differ for different types of information or data. Some will be highly confidential and will require extremely rigorous security. Other kinds may still be confidential while being subject to less security. Okay, the storage requirements for the information and data may also be defined. So the standards, the security standard for different parts of the solution should be stated. It should be stated. It's like when you should be encrypting with AES 256 and then you're encrypting with MD5 or SHA something. I mean, that'll be a problem. It bring about security risks within the system. They say there's a risk of it being hacked easily, and privilege easily escalated privilege from other sources that you really don't want them into the system. Access permissions and constraints. Okay, within the system, within the same non-functional requirements, we should be able to state the type of access permissions, okay, and constraint that should be given to each stakeholder that makes use of that solution. Okay, the access permissions will state which stakeholders are able to carry out which transactions. For example, which stakeholders are allowed to delete the details held for a customer or to pay an invoice from a supplier. It's like now you have a business solution. Let me use a bank, for example, and then the customer service can now transfer money from a customer's account to another account. That shouldn't happen within a banking solution. Okay, me, I'm the customer, I'm calling to complain or to ask about something. And then the customer service just sees the balance in my account and quickly just moved some money. Okay, that level of permission should not be assigned to the frontline agents that interface with the customers. Then backup and recovery. The type of backup and recovery system that will be in place, okay, should be stated in the non-functional requirements catalog. The document, it should be stated there. Okay, how backup will be carried out, where will the backup reside, how long will the backup be stored? Okay, is there a backup disaster recovery site? Is there a different location from the main location? So all these should be stated. In case of data breach, what should be done with the backup in case of the data breach? Okay, so this should be stated in the requirement document. Archiving and retention period also should be taken into configuration. After storage, how long was the policy in place to keep that particular data? How long will the data be stored? Okay, banking data should be stored not less than 5 years. Okay, how long should we have this data stored in the system? Okay, so this should also be stated within the requirement document, non-functional requirement document. Availability. These requirements concern the time frame during which a solution must be available to stakeholders. I won't mention name, but there are 3 banks that I know. Once it's Friday, the application starts misbehaving. I won't mention name. We know them. I'm very sure we know the banks, but I won't mention name. Once it gets to Friday, they scale down their infrastructure. They scale down their infrastructure. The infrastructure becomes very difficult to access. You now be struggling with network, and it's not network. They just scale down, and the application becomes very difficult to access on weekends. Saturday, Sunday, it's really terrible. Then on Monday, everything will be going very fast. The application will be delivering very fast. We know them, but I'll mention it. So availability. This requirement concerns the time frame during which a solution must be available to stakeholders. Okay, and many of us end up using these solutions during the weekend. Okay, but then we can't have access to them. You make use of ATM, the ATM machines are not working. Okay, you want to carry the simple transfer and to take up to 3 hours before they complete the transfer. Come on. So we know the banks though. However, other solutions may not require this level of availability, or there may be some aspects that can accept a lower level. For example, a telephone inquiry service may need to be available from 8:30 to 6 p.m. each day, but should be supplemented by a recording message service outside these hours. Even this one is still risky because a business like the telecom business, for example, their services are actually needed 24/7. Once upon a time in my life, I was opportunity to work with one of the call center in Nigeria, and we don't go offline. The business doesn't go offline. The business must not go offline. At 2 a.m., 3 a.m., we still get calls coming into the call center. Okay, coming into the call center, people complaining, people want to, they can't browse this happening and all that. So some businesses cannot afford to go and even depend on IVR, okay, to deliver pre-recorded messages to deliver services to information to the customer or to solve the customer's challenge. Okay, there are some businesses that cannot have that happening. So this availability should be stated in the requirement document. Then usability. This area concerns the ease with which a stakeholder can learn, apply, and use new processes and systems. It is a critical aspect of many IT solutions, in particular because of web-enabled information and purchasing services offered by many organizations, whereas internal business stakeholders can be trained to use new processes and systems. This will not be possible for external stakeholders. Now, usability, user experience, okay? User experience with the solution that we are putting out to the external stakeholders is really important because we are getting more of the revenue from these external stakeholders. Okay, if I use the customer, for example. So now you finish your application, you deploy, you make available to user, you carry out internal training for your staff, but then there's no information going out to the public. Okay, there's no proper information going out to the public. Let me use the critical example, like the email, for example. It's a beautiful project, but poor information out there to the public. Very poor information out there to the public. So I mean, and the first time I tried using the email myself. I mean, it took me a very long time before I received the confirmation code just to log in. So the usability is very important. User experience, it's very important. It may be easy for the internal stakeholders to work with the application because probably they were involved in the development life cycle. They understand what should be delivered and how the business will flow, how the data will flow within the system. But external stakeholders that are not informed will find it challenging to use what we are putting out there. So usability should be considered, and yes, though really highly documented within the requirements catalog documents. Volumes of data and information to be stored, the volumes of transactions to be processed, and the number of stakeholders to be supported. Okay. When I started web development some years back, there's this question I do get. See, if I post this website, how many people can log into it at a time? Can I get up to like 1,000 people using the system at a time? I'm like, hello. It's actually funny to me because in the DevOps lifecycle process, you can actually scale these things up automatically and it will work as long as you have the resources and you can pay for it. Capacity is not a problem. But then this capacity should actually, be documented within the requirements catalog. Okay, it should be documented. How many transactions can we process per second, per minute, per hour? If you look at the blockchain industry, there's a number of transactions that can be processed, within, a particular Bitcoin, for example. There's a specific number of transactions that can be processed per second, per minute. Okay, so this should be stated under the capacity, the capacity section of the requirement catalog. Okay, the non-functional requirements are areas that are often left until later or even dismissed at an overview level without clear thought and analysis. It's easy to just put aside all the most of these functional requirements and most of these non-functional requirements because we think, well, like the person asking if we have 1,000 users logging into the system will not crash. No, it won't crash. That person was just trying to think ahead. Okay, the system will not crash, but then many businesses just want to deliver solution without putting these things into standard. And ask them, what does this do? How do you carry out this process? Now we're looking at you like, oh, okay, we didn't really consider that while building the solution. We didn't state it down. We didn't document it while building the solution. So these are non-functional requirements. This non-functional requirement should be considered. Okay, should be considered while building our solution. Public sector organizations have been criticized heavily for losing confidential data or for making it accessible when it should not have been. However, private sector organizations are not necessarily any better than this. Some commercial organizations have promoted new services and then not had the capacity in terms of staff and system to handle the level of interest generated. Some websites providing online information and services are either shockingly or unusable or simply yes, there are some websites that you visit and they are very slow. Before you download the resources from them, it takes, it's really stressful to get information from some websites on the internet. So when we talk about the public sector organizations, you see a lot of data breaches, data leaks, and what have we from many. I've seen more from public sector organization than from the private organization, notwithstanding. Yeah, seen more from the public sector organization. How often have you entered account data only to be told after submitting it that you have made a simple error and now have to re-enter the entire set? How often have you left an organization's website in frustration at the lack of assistance and the time required to complete a simple inquiry? In a competitive business world, organizations cannot afford either legal transgressions or business mistakes. It is often the work of the business analyst that can put in place the processes and systems to overcome them. Yes, the work of the business analyst to put in place the process and systems to overcome these challenges. This someone that is thinking ahead. This someone that is looking at how every detail, how every part of the solution will affect the end users that are not internal stakeholders, that are not directly within the organization. Okay, so this is someone that is looking at the business world, how competitive their solution will be compared to others. Okay, so these are some of the questions that we should be asking, okay, while trying to come up with our own solutions within our organizations. While looking at the next solution to build, we should looking at also we should considering a lot of these non-functional requirements and how they will affect the flow of business within the organization. Um, the hierarchy of requirements. Okay, the hierarchy of requirements. Let's go. These requirements are okay. Requirements are related to each other. Some general and technical requirements refer to business policies that are elaborated and expanded in the non-functional and functional requirements. Understanding the hierarchy of requirements helps ensure that the requirements are consistent and coherent. When we define a functional requirement, the business context and basis that underpins and supports it is clear. Okay, when we define a functional requirement, the business context and basis that supports it is clear. When eliciting non-functional requirements, the business and technical policies help give insight into why these requirements are necessary at the level of performance stated. Okay, as an example, UK data protection legislation defines 8 principles to be adopted by the organization that stores personal data. These requirements will be elaborated further in the non-functional requirements, with definitions of the security levels required for specific set of data and information. Okay, let's move on to this documenting the requirements. Okay, each requirement should be documented to define clearly what is required. A standard requirements catalog template should contain the entries as described below. Okay, a standard requirements catalog template should contain the entries as described below. Number 1 is the requirements identifier. The requirements identifier. The unique identifier allocated to the requirements. This is often a code that is linked to the type of requirement. For example, the technical requirement may be allocated identifiers
Henry, we can't hear you. Are you still there? Hello, Henry? Henry, we can't hear you. Okay, a minute, please, everyone. Let's quickly get it. I think it's networking.
Hello, can I buy in, please?
Okay, we can hear you now, and your screen has stopped sharing.
Oh, sorry about that. I think I had a network challenge with my ISP.
Okay, we
Okay.
can see your screen now.
All right, thank you. So the requirement identifier. So looking at if we have an identifier like this G006D01 to indicate it indicates a general requirement in its first draft, okay? While if we have this particular format to indicate, we can have a format like this to indicate a functional requirement in its second reviewed and agreed version. But one thing is, with requirement identifier, the organization needs to agree on a standard to use. The organization must agree on a standard to use that everybody, all the stakeholders, once they take a look at that catalog, they will understand what stage or level that document is, okay, with respect to the solution that has been developed. Then the requirements name, the name allocated to the requirements. This is a short descriptive phrase that indicates what the requirement concerns. Let's go back to a previous slide. Okay. Then the requirement description, okay. A clear description of the requirements. Initially, the description may be at an outline level, and it will be elaborated in more detailed versions of the requirements documentation. When describing requirements, it is good practice to adopt the structure. Okay, there's the actor or user role, the verb phrase, objects. Okay, an example of functional requirement is the receptionist shall be able to view the customer name, address, and telephone number. An example of general requirement is the solution shall comply with the provision of Data Protection Act. Okay, so this how we can put a description. This how we can describe, okay, a particular requirement, the kind of description that we can give to a particular requirement. All right. Okay. The requirement catalog should also include the source. The source is the originating person or the information source for that particular requirement. Okay. This might be the name of the stakeholder, or it could be a reference to a document containing information relevant to the project. For example, a stakeholder may have identified the requirement during an interview or other discussion, or there may be an earlier document, such as a project brief or feasibility study that includes some of the business requirements. Okay, the requirement catalog should also contain the owner. The business stakeholder who can make decisions regarding the requirements is the owner. Okay, typically this will be the business manager responsible for the business function or department, who has the authority to approve the definition of the requirements. Okay, the requirement catalog will also have the author, with the analyst who has elicited the documented requirements. Okay. The requirement catalog should also have the type of requirement. Okay, it should also state the type of requirement, the catalog to which this requirement belongs to. It may be sufficient to indicate whether the requirement is general, technical, functional, or non-functional. Okay, so the requirement catalog should also state the type of requirements. And also the priority level. Okay, the level of priority of the requirements. The approach used here varies between organizations, but can also vary between different projects within an organization. Sometimes a straightforward system of high, medium, or low priority is used. Okay, like the requirements, like the short catalog we saw earlier in the presentation, where we have where we had a requirement that was that had a high priority, that's the authentication system. Sometimes priorities are described in some details, as in mandatory, desirable, and nice to have. Okay, the DSDM pattern method define a richer approach to prioritization by using the mnemonic Moscow, process. This is particularly suitable where several increments of a business change solution are to be implemented, or an evolutionary development approach is to be taken to a software solution. Any question at this point, please? Any question? Can anybody hear me? Hello, can anybody hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I'll proceed then. Okay, thank you. Okay, so what's one question that I was expecting is actually for me to expand on this most code here. Okay, on this most code that we have here. Okay, it's actually a system of categorizing requirements. Okay, categorizing requirements. The M here is for must have, must have. So under the priority now, if we don't use, let's say within the organization, we're not using a system of, let's say, high priority, medium priority, or low priority, or maybe we're not using this mandatory or desirable or nice to have, we can go with the Moscow method of must have, should have, okay, could have, and won't have. Okay, we can use it to label the priority. We can use it to prioritize each requirement as we list them. Okay, this requirement one should be, I mean, it's a must-have. It's a must-have feature. Okay, put it must-have. Or we say this one is we could have this, but then it's not that necessary. And then a particular requirement, we just put it as no, we won't have this requirement. Take it out. So that's what the Moscow actually stands for. Must have. It's still part of priority, how we prioritize the requirements, each requirement in the requirements catalog. Okay, requirement catalog continuation. Okay, so we have the acronym. Okay, that's for the Moscow, stands for must have mandatory in first increment. Okay, it, should have mandatory but may be deferred for a short period to a second increment. Could have desirably, but then may not be implemented due to time and budget or other factors. And then won't have this, okay, won't have identified as a requirement to be deferred onto a later stage. Okay, there may be several reasons why a requirement is deferred for a later stage. Some requirements are recognized as ones that need further consideration and that would cause delays to some of the mandatory requirements. If they are to be implemented in the first increment, others may require a later implementation for business reasons. This might be because a requirement concerns an element of the business strategy that is due to be put into operation at a later point, or it could be because of an anticipated legal change. Okay, so this is the Moscow explanation. Still under the requirements catalog, we have the business area. Okay, the name of the business area to which the requirement belongs should be stated within the requirement catalog. The name of the business area to which the requirement belongs. This might be the name of business functions or departments. Okay, if a more detailed approach is useful, the name of the business process or use case may appear here. Okay, that's the business area. Then the stakeholders. the job roles or names of any stakeholders with a particular interest in the successful resolution of this requirement and the details of their interests. Identifying stakeholders and their interests for each requirement provides a useful prompt to the business analyst to ensure that all relevant stakeholders' interests have been covered and later satisfied. So the stakeholder that's concerned with this particular project should also be stated in every part of the requirement. Okay, when we have a requirement, we should have the stakeholder that will be directly affected by the requirement, by the solution, by that aspect of the business. Okay. The requirement catalog, should also have associated non-functional requirements. The specific non-functional requirement that may be associated with some functional requirements, okay, should be stated in the requirements catalog. For example, there may be a business customer service policy that guarantees a speed of response to information requests. As a result, the functional requirements about accessing customer account information may have a non-functional requirement concerning performance response time associated with it. Okay, they were saying that if we have a requirement in the catalog, we should be able to map it to a non-functional requirement. Okay, we should be able to map it to a non-functional requirement. All right. So let's move further to other parts of the requirements catalog. Okay, part of the requirement catalog, there's the acceptance criteria. The criteria that will enable the business staff to agree formally that the requirement has been met. For each requirement, we should consider how we can check or measure whether the requirement has been met. That's for the acceptance criteria. If the criteria has been met, yes, then there should be a section, a column, a box to tick that yes, it has been met. Criteria has been met, and then move to the next one. Then related requirements. The identifiers of any requirements that are related to this requirement will be stated there also. They may be related for several reasons. There might be a higher level business requirement that provides further business information or justification for a functional or non-functional requirement. There might be non-functional requirements concerning areas such as usability or security that affects functional requirements or vice versa. Okay, or there might be other requirements that concern a similar general, technical, functional, or non-functional area. The identifier for each of the related requirements should be listed here. Okay, that's under related requirements. Then under related documents also, any documents that's connected, any document that relates to the identifier, any document that relates to the business case, any document that relates to the requirements of that solution should also come in here. Okay, related documents, the identifiers for any documents that provide further information about the requirements. Okay, this could be part of the project documentation, such as project initiation documents or business justification documents, such as the business case. Another form of documentation that may be linked to the requirements is a set of modeling documents that have been created for the business change projects. Okay, some of these documents may be contained within the requirement documents. However, it is still useful to show where there are requirements that are related to them. Like earlier in this class when I mentioned the UI UX, a UI design, okay, that was done, and that's not enough. It's not enough. It doesn't speak into the requirements document itself. Doesn't speak into the requirement of it does not explain in detail what that solution, okay, handles. But then it can be a related document. It can be set aside as a related document once they start developing the requirements catalog. That UI design can be a related document that will be referenced when building the requirements catalog. Comments, okay. we should be able to add comments to the requirement catalog. Should be able to add comments to the requirement catalog. Okay, additional comments that the analyst finds it useful to record for a particular requirement. The rationale, the business justification for the requirements should be stated here. Also, the resolution, the outcome of the requirement, okay, should also be stated there. There are several possibilities here because a requirement may be implemented, deferred for consideration in a later increment. Okay, merged with another requirement or dropped. The resolution field will be useful to record the decision and its timing. Okay, if you get a requirement and it's implemented, then state it. If you later drop it, state it why it was dropped. All right. Then there's versioning, the version history. The history of the requirement throughout the different versions that have been created. Each version should also record the reason for the change and reference to the change control document. When we visit organizations and we ask them to provide some documents, and then you'll be seeing you see the dates of last updates 2018. Hello, this 2023, didn't you do anything between 2018 to 2023? And they're still using the version 1 of the document from 2018. They're still using that same document in 2023. Okay, this your network policy, and your network policy, I mean, haven't you changed routers? You've not updated your firewall, you've not done anything. Include it in that document. Okay, include it. Put the version number there. Okay, the next the approval date should be also included in document. But many organizations don't follow this process. They just get a document and keep it there without updating it and changing the version numbers. Okay, assigning version history to it. Okay, the requirement catalog, still on the requirement catalog. However, producing a full definition for each requirement will be extremely time-consuming and could result in wasted effort in some situations. The level of detail of the definition will depend upon several factors, which includes the stage of the analysis, the nature of the solution, for example, whether it's a business process change or an IT system replacement, okay, the priority of the requirement, the approach to be adopted to deliver the solution, for example, evolutionary system development or off-the-shelf software purchase. If we look at this approach to be adopted to deliver the solution, okay, you will have more documents, okay, to put in place if more in your requirement catalog, if you are developing the application yourself from ground up. Okay, if you are developing the application yourself, you're going to have more documents. You're going to have a lot to put into that document. But if you're getting off the shelf solution, I mean, you know that this solution can cater for most of your business need. Then if there's need for adjustment, for minor modifications, then that can now be put into each of these into the relevant requirement catalog as it may. So you end up having more to do, more documents to put in place for inbuilt for applications that you build from ground up, for solutions you build yourself. Okay, still on the requirements catalog, some aspect of requirements catalog definition will emerge earlier than others. Okay, initially we may only document the identifier, name, description, source, and author. However, once more detailed requirements analysis has been performed, additional aspects such as owner and priority will be defined. Okay, such as owner and priority will be defined. After the requirements catalog has been structured and duplicate over or overlapping requirements removed, features such as the related requirements will be stated. Okay, so after listing the requirements, producing the requirement catalog, okay, after the structure, you'll be at a better position to remove any duplicate or overlapping requirements. Okay, remove requirements that are overlapping and then take them out and get a better structure. Okay, and then it can now start cross-referencing, each requirement, okay, to a particular document. Now, cross-referencing to other documents or models may be done late in the requirements analysis. The resolution of a requirement may only be entered once the requirements have been validated. Okay, and this could be subject to change if the Moscow prioritization approach is used. Okay. Still on the requirements catalog. Okay, like we explained earlier in the class, it's a central document throughout the business change project. It records what is required, the business justification, the sources of information, and a rich network of connections. This level of the description needs to be sufficient for the purpose rather than over-engineered for any eventuality. Okay, so what the requirement catalog must contain. This is what it should contain. Okay, it should be well structured. A central document that contained, the business justification, sources, and other information needed for that particular solution. Okay. Sometimes the business staff have decided what is needed, but some of the final details, particularly concerning the way the requirement will ultimately be delivered, may still be open for discussion. In this situation, the requirements catalog should be clear about what is required and leave the further details to be explored using approaches such as scenarios and prototyping. Okay, that's when if everything is not give me a second, please. Excuse me, please. Okay. Let's go to still on managing. Let's go to managing requirements. Okay. Let's go to managing requirements. In managing requirements, we have the backward from. Okay, backward from. Traceability involves the ability to trace the source of a requirement from any later point in the business change or software development lifecycle. It answers the question, what was the source requirement for this feature of the solution and who raised it? Okay, and who raised it? So at this point now, looking at managing the requirements, a failure to understand business and manage requirements often lies at the heart of problems with business and IT system change projects. Okay, while a structured, well-defined set of requirements will provide an excellent basis for a change project, problems can still occur if the requirements are not traceable. Okay, if the requirements are not traceable. Please give me a minute. Let me fix something from my hand here, please. 1 minute, please. Thank you. Okay, I'm back. Thank you for your patience. I hope you can still hear me, please. Please, can you hear me? Kindly identify in the chat room.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. So the backward form traceability involves the ability to trace the source of a requirement from any later point in the business change or software development lifecycle. It answers the question, what was the source requirement for this feature of the solution and who raised it? Okay, so every feature, every requirement should be traceable. It should be traceable. Once the solution has been implemented and probably closed, we should still be able to come back and track who raised it. Okay, who raised it? Why was it raised? Why was this requirement in the requirement catalog? Okay, so it helps to deal with conflicting ideas about a particular requirement. Okay, it helps to understand the reason for that requirement. Okay, and if it doesn't meet the present business process, then it will be easy to go back and update and adjust as necessary, as needed. Okay, so a backward form traceability should be adopted, should be looked into when cataloging our requirements and working on the project as a business analyst. There's a forward to traceability also, which involves the ability to identify any requirement and track where it has been further developed and ultimately implemented. It answers the question, what happened to this requirement? And should show that each requirement has been resolved satisfactorily. Okay, what happened to this requirement? Is it done? Are we dropping it? Okay, was it dropped? Was it deferred till a later time? Okay, what happened to this requirement? So we should be able to manage our requirements and understand every stage of the development process and work with the requirement document, the requirement catalog. This is an example of a requirement catalog. Okay, right here it states it shows us the different parts like what we've explained in previous slides. We have the project ID, the date, name, version number, source, owner, priority. So this is an example of a requirement catalog document. Okay. This one doesn't have a comment. There's no comment yet. Okay. Yeah, there's a related documents. Okay. These related document sections can be policies within the department, within the organization, can be other processes that's been carried out that relates one way or another to this particular solution. Okay. Now, if we have let's use the banking environment as an example, and then we tend to create a loan application. Okay, we tend to create a loan application, a loan feature, and we want the customers to be able to get, apply for loans and get their loans. Yes, of course, it will be on their same account number. Okay, to be on the account number. That account number is in a that account, the banking solution has a database. Okay, that the new loan application or the new loan feature we have to reference, we'll have to get information from. Okay, now that database can be put under the documentation for that database it can come under these related documents. It can come in here under related documents. Okay, under related requirements, for example, the same banking solution that we want to now have the feature for loan. Okay, to get loan, apply for loans and get loans. We should be able to see the customer's financial history. Okay, and carry out a risk assessment and get the amount that the customers will be able to get as a loan. Okay, so we can use that, such a document that relates to customer history. Okay, how to check the customer history. If there's a document for that, we can put that under the requirements. I mean the requirements, the customer history, the customer financial history. Okay, if the history meets a particular level, then yes, we can put that. If there's we can put that under related requirements. Okay, for customers to collect loan, to apply for loans. So this document is just a sample of what we can make use of. a sample requirements catalog. Requirement management components includes requirement identification, cross-referencing, requirements on origin and ownership, okay, software support, change control, and configuration management. So requirements management components includes the identification of the requirement, cross-referencing, origin and ownership, software support, change control, and configuration management. Still under managing requirements. Requirement management is essential if requirements are to be traceable. There are several elements involved in managing requirements as described below. Okay, like what we've seen, the requirement identification, each requirement needs to be identified uniquely. Yes. Cross-referencing, all related requirements and documents should be cross-referenced so that further elaboration or information concerning a requirement can be accessed easily. Okay. Then we have the origin and ownership of the requirement. The source identifies the origin of the requirements. This is the person or the document to which the requirements backwards from. Traceability should lead. Okay, that's backwards from. Where is the source? Who is the source? What is the source of this requirement? Okay. Then we have the configuration management. This configuration management is concerned with controlling any changes made to project deliverables, such as documents, to ensure that the changes are made in a disciplined manner and traceability is sustained. Without effective configuration management, the requirements document can become inaccurate as the following problems can occur. Number one problem that can occur is the impossibility or difficulty in identifying the latest version of a requirement. That's a problem that can occur. Another challenge that can be faced is the reintroduction of out-of-date requirements. The reintroduction of out-of-date requirements. Then another challenge is the use of wrong set of requirements for further development or testing work. Okay. Configuration management, configuration identification is concerned with defining the following. Configuration identification is concerned with defining the following. One, the deliverables to be brought under configuration control. Okay. Two, the identifier and version numbering scheme to be applied to the configuration identification. Okay. As discussed previously, each requirement has a unique identifier. If we are to control the other configuration items, each of them will also need one. The requirements catalog, for example, will require an identifier where a configuration identifier has been identified and has an identifier. It will also require a version number. The approach to be adopted for allocating version number will need to be defined. Okay, will need to be defined. We talk about versioning numbering earlier in the class, where it needs to be defined and agreed for the projects within the organization. Configuration control. Okay. I think we summarized this earlier in the class. Where we'll talk about version numbering. Okay. We'll talk about version numbering. There will also need to be a process for controlling the configuration and ensuring that they are not changed without formal approval and versioning and version numbering. So this basically just talk about the configuration control. Okay, this talking about the configuration control and the version numbering. And excuse me, please. Thank you for that short break. Okay. Still under managing requirements, right? Still under managing requirements. Okay, under configuration, we are still with configuration control and configuration management, configuration identification and all. There will also there will also need to be a process for controlling the configuration identification and ensuring that they are not changed without formal approval and versioning number. For every configuration, okay, for every configuration control, there's need for an approval, okay, there's need for an approval. For every of these documents, every requirement that will be changed, there's need for an approval. All right. So now this configuration control will take care of, will actually show who approves what process, who approves what, and also with a new approval, there will be a new version number. There will be an updated number attached to it. We saw in the earlier slides how we can version our documents, and if it's a draft, we can version it as a draft. If a new feature is added, new approval, we can actually put a numbering structure for it. But this is a structure that must be agreed upon within the organization. It must be agreed upon within the organization. As described in Chapter 9, requirement validation is carried out to review and agree the requirements documentation. At this point, the configuration identification that describe the requirements are said to be baseline. This means that they are brought under configuration control and cannot be changed by anyone without following the formal configuration management procedure. Okay, so once it's brought under configuration control, it's allocated a version number reflecting its baseline status. Using our example above, the technical requirement would have the identifier version number T007V01. Sometimes it can be useful to baseline a requirement document prior to requirement validation. Okay, when rigorous requirement analysis has been carried out and a formal approach to change control is felt to be beneficial. So all right here, we're still talking about the version processes, version control. Okay, version control. Once there's a new change in the business process, when there's a new change in the requirement, there should be a versioning attached to it. Okay, and this change should be properly documented. Okay, change control. Changes occur frequently on projects. This may be because of external factors such as legal or regulatory changes. Yes, legal or regulatory changes, like what CBN is coming up with right now. Okay, once the project goes out fully, I mean, the banks will start adjusting to it. They'll start adjusting to it, and which will, at the end affect the customers and how the customers will interact with the banking industry with their money and all. So as a result, any requirement may be subject to change during a project. Having accepted that changes will happen, requirement management should include a process to handle these changes. The stages of this process are as follows. 1, documenting the proposed change, consulting the stakeholders, deciding on the change. Okay, documenting the proposed change, consulting the stakeholders, and deciding on the change. Once it's agreed upon, then the change can be effected. Okay, software support. Most requirement documents contain so many requirements that it does not support, it is not possible to manage the set of documentation, cross-references, and versions manually. So an automated tool is usually required. Such a tool should provide the following features. Okay, such a tool should provide following features: documentation creation and storage. This will require editing tools. Okay, there's the software support. The tool should also provide secure storage and access. Okay, and documentation linkage. The course references between documents will need to be recorded and related documents accessed easily. It's like when we visit some solutions, let me use a framework. Let me use a Laravel, for example, or maybe the Django. If you visit, if you've taken time to visit any of these solutions, you'll see that in their documentation, there's a way they cross-reference, each part of documentation to, point users to the next, to the next set of information. Okay, they'll cross-reference while explaining a particular part, a feature, they'll reference it to another part of the document to give the user more, better insight, more explanation into what is being discussed. So such a documentation standard is really good for managing requirements. Okay. Then version numbering. Okay, the solution should also contain version numbering tool. Okay, the tool should manage the allocation of identifiers and version numbers to configuration items. Some specialist tool sets provide a range of features, including those listed above, designed to support rigorous and efficient requirements management. Some may be integrated tools providing functionalities that support later activities such as code generation and testing. However, many organizations use automated tools that are not designed specifically for requirements management. If you all these requirements management can be carried out using by the Microsoft Azure DevOps platforms. Okay, when you use the Microsoft Azure DevOps platform, you can easily manage requirements from there. And once the requirements is done with, it's easy to manage requirements from the Azure DevOps doing development of any solution. So in some way, with managing requirements, your requirements must be very structured, documented, version number attached to every requirement in the requirements catalog. And this way, everybody, all the stakeholders in that particular project, in that business, will understand and work with the document. Getting a solution from that document will be faster, it will be easier for everybody. At this point, I think we'll come to the end of this class. The assessment link has been sent to the chat. Please kindly click on it to complete the assessment. Does anybody have any question, please? Any question, please? Can anybody hear me?
All right, if you have questions, please drop your questions in the chat room and let's get into them. Okay. While we wait for that, thank you very much, Henry, for your time with us in class today. Right, we are really grateful, and I think deserves a round of applause. Let's appreciate him for his time with us in class today. Thank you very much. All right, so the assessment link is in the chat room. Okay, you can click and take your assessments as usual, right? And for all the ISO courses or assessments you've taken so far, don't forget to email your certificate to the designated email address. Those of you who have been complying, thank you very much. And for those who are yet to comply, those who are not consistent, the assessments, remember we are gradually coming to the end of this very educative certificate program classes. So please take your assessments and mail the ones you are expected to email, and directives we put in the chat room for better coordination. And also, we've already shared the link. I appreciate that so much, and we still look forward to further feedbacks for us to do the best of service Right, so we have come to the end of today's class. Thank you to everybody who stayed with us from the beginning to the end. Thank you very much, and I hope you got valuable time today. We'll share in the chat room on WhatsApp the training materials you used for today, so you can as well reach out. So thank you very much. Follow us on all our social media handles as we share in the chat room. And today's recording will be you as well Monday, so you can watch and yourself. So thank you very much for your time, and we'll see you again next week, Saturday. Right, have a wonderful weekend, and God bless.